The overall percent positive within the county in the last 24 hours was just 1%. It was not many weeks ago that we were over 52% of the tests coming back positive. Additional testing is going on, and there's a greater expansion of that. I know that today is the first day of testing in Montauk. They already had over 40 people signed up to do tests there on the first day. The East Hampton test site at Panico Place is ongoing. And again, that's a very welcome thing to have within our community. The local hospital has half as many people there with COVID now as they did just last week, or actually yesterday. In the ICU, they still have 8 patients, but they have only 7 in the hospital in regular beds. The overall new case per 100,000 within the region, again, a region of over 3 million people, was just 172 out of over 3 million people, or 5.74 per 100,000. So as we continue to move forward, and this is in no small part due to the cooperation of the general public and social distancing, wearing masks, sheltering in place for those weeks leading up to the point now where we can be out and about more with low risk. And it's still important to wear those face coverings in public, social distance as much as you can, and continue with the disinfection and health hygiene protocols. It's important for businesses to understand that as they reopen, that they will need to understand and employ safety protocols to prevent the spread of the disease. And these protocols are listed on the governor's website, which is forward.newyork.gov. And you can follow that website or go to the town website, ehamptonny.gov. And we have all the links that you'll need to prepare for your reopening. And you'll need to sign an online affirmation form. It's a single page affirmation that needs to be filed with the state, basically saying that you've read and understand what the protocols are and that you will be following them. There have been a number of announcements, and I'll just say right out in the beginning, a couple of them that impact us here locally. One of them is that the governor has extended the school budget and board votes until 5 p.m. Tuesday the 16th. Today would normally be the last day. It's been extended for an additional month. The open meetings law suspension is extended until July 7th. We currently are having our meetings via Zoom with remote call-in. That will continue at least until July 7th. And then we're also, we'll make note that graduation ceremonies of up to 100 people, 150 people present with distancing and face coverings can begin on June 26th. And I know that driving to work this morning out on the Hook Mill, there were a number of photographs put up, poster photographs of graduating seniors from East Hampton High School. It's a tribute to them, all of their hard work. I think acknowledging the struggles that they've had to deal with and supporting them at this time is important. I'm glad to see all their smiling faces in front of the Hook Mill, even if not in person. But we congratulate you all, and we look forward to having some ceremonies moving forward as the health crisis will allow. At this point, I'd like to move on and hear from the public. And if, Jason, we have some callers online right now, we can take questions and comments.
Let's make sure.
Jenny Landy Productions.
Hi, Jenny. How are you? Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Great. Thank you for all of your tireless work during these challenging times. I'm just touching base because I was able, as you know, through my emails to you, to determine that the photo and film industry is considered a phase 2 industry, and that we, according to the Film Commission of Suffolk County, are allowed to get back to work in groups of 10 people or less starting tomorrow, which is amazing. And I do have a lot of clients reaching out for more clarity. I've taken the assumption that the approval of permit requests for private property will most likely flow with some ease. I'm curious about the town's determination for requests for East Hampton town-owned property for shoots of 10 people or less, and how hard that might be in this climate.
That's something we've not yet discussed, Jenny. I know in speaking with the clerk that we're prepared to start issuing those permits for private property. Personally, I don't think that there would be an issue, provided that we wouldn't treat that any differently at this point, other than to require that you follow those same safety protocols as described by the governor. But that's a discussion that the board certainly can have about that.
Well, can I just jump in here? Because Jenny and I were communicating yesterday, and she has sent the town her health and safety protocols, which I passed on for Dr. Polsky, and he signed off on them for, shoots of 10 or less. So that base has been covered. And I think from a public property standpoint, Jenny, I think it would be, from my perspective anyway, on a case-by-case basis.
Jenny, could you turn off
understood.
Jenny,
it's
can you
clear
turn off
that
your TV in the background?
Can you turn off your TV in the background?
Oh, I thought the volume was off. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Hello?
you. It's a feedback loop that we're getting.
It's a feedback loop that we're getting.
Oh, sure. Is that better?
1 second.
Is that better?
Much better. Thank you very much. I apologize for the interruption.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure.
Wait, no,
Oh,
it's
no
back.
problem.
Wait, no, it's back.
Oh,
Hold
then
up.
that's not me, because I don't
Okay.
have nothing on.
Okay.
All right.
My assumption is that a photo shoot requesting the typical desired locations like Ditch Plains clearly, or popular beaches, clearly will be met with more difficulty based on limited access to parking and all the current restrictions for people. But I'm hoping that some less popular spots might be approved, as mentioned, case by case. And will I get my direction from increasing the crew sizes to be above 10 people? Will I get that direction, I'm assuming, from Suffolk County or New York State?
That would be by the governor's office, I believe, at this point, in terms of phasing the open. We're taking the directives.
Oh, you cut out.
We're taking the directives from the governor's office as that industry is further reopened. So we will follow suit, but not before.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help, and we're all really pleased to be able to get back out there with these small shoots.
Absolutely. Thanks for calling. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Be well. Jason, do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, we do. Caller, you are on the air.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
East Hampton Town Board. It's Jose Arandia from Wainscott. Hope everyone is well. Guys, I'm calling this morning regarding Deepwater Wind and the test drilling or holes that they're interested in making. I'm concerned because these holes are now happening during the key summer period, during a time that it's already stressed out with the COVID-19 and being able to keep space between people. I anticipate it's going to create a limited access to Beach Lane and the beaches there, which are one of the few places we can go and be able to social distance appropriately. So is there a reason why this has been approved for this period of time when the original agreement had identified April 30th as a stop work or any potential work so that it wouldn't be affecting the season?
Well, we made a determination that in this period leading up to the 4th of July, especially with the reduced capacities at the beaches at 50%, that this was an appropriate time, but we certainly wouldn't want to see it extend into the busy period. And as far as socially distancing, there really won't be any impact on the ability to do so. And my understanding is that there will be full access to the beach, and it won't impede that access in any way.
Well, that's how it reads. Now, will it be supervised to make sure that that is happening?
Yeah, of course we've insisted upon that, and Deepwater's agreed. So we will hold them to that.
Okay. Following up on the same topic, have they shared any information as to why they're not making these test drills in other areas other than the Beach Lane area?
I think that's the location where they need the most geotechnical data, because as you probably know, that the horizontal directional drilling would be in this area in which to go underneath the beach at a minimum of 30 feet below the surface, and they want to make sure that they have a full understanding as to what the substrate material is, the composition of it, to see if it's suitable or if maybe they have to go even deeper. So I think we've all felt that this was very important, obviously, to know and understand whether or not they could accomplish what they had proposed in terms of horizontal directional drilling. So without having real scientific data, geotechnical data, it's impossible to make that determination. So we feel that that's important and key information to be able to find out if this is even a possibility in this location. So without knowing that information, I don't think we could move forward.
I just want to jump in with a quick comment and say that it in my opinion, it reflects Deepwater's decision that Beach Lane is the route. I think it's pretty clear that this represents a decision that this is where they intend to do to have the connection from the undersea cable.
Right, and that decision is a decision I didn't think had been finalized yet, that they were still looking at alternative areas with which to dig for that cable connection. So from the indication of the current boring which will be going on, it is directionally identifying only Beach Lane as the one route that they want to take.
Well, it's clear that Beach Lane is their preferred site. It's one that we've been looking at. It is the shortest distance to the substation. It seems to be the least disruptive and pose the least environmental impact based on both the DC and many other studies that are ongoing. But again, without geotechnical data about the substrate, it would be impossible to know whether their proposal is a valid one at this location or not. And I think, there's certainly data out there that will be generated from this study that will help not only Deepwater decide, but help us decide as well. So, that's important information. We've supported having the most information possible about the proposed site. I think it's integral to making a decision.
I just want to jump in and say that as a practical reality, the board signing on to this, I think, is demonstrating that it is in agreement with Deepwater in the selection of Beach Lane. There doesn't appear to be much question about that.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, Jeff, but again, until we have all the information we possibly can get, then I don't think we can make an informed decision, and this is part of making an informed decision.
Well, I'll have more to say when the resolution is in front of the board.
Right. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Peter. And Peter, exactly what you just said is the reason why I'm calling, because we are at the point of research, generating information that's based on research, and the concern that I have and many of my neighbors have is that this information that's being generated is only being generated for one specific area, no alternatives. We know that this is their preferred route. That's been discussed for an extended period of time now. However, we were all under the understanding that there was going to be additional alternatives equally researched for that same type of information that is being provided from the beach lane. So again, just the indications are that the other sites are not being researched, and that all focus is exclusively on beach lane. Not what had been presented. This is not what had been presented to us before.
Well, I do know that there's been months worth of research of alternative sites and discussion of multiple alternative sites. And to date, the review of those would lead, I think, most people to recognize that the least disruptive, least both to humans and the environment, and the shortest route is in fact beach lane. And we're still open to looking at alternatives. And again, based on the results of study of their preferred site, ultimately we may not choose to entertain beach lane. But at this point, the volumes of data would lead one to believe this is, the most likely location.
So the town board thinks it's the best, but they haven't made up their mind. That's how I read that.
Well, you can read it however you want, Jeff, but I think, you can't fully make up your mind and say yes until you have as much of the information in front of you as possible. And again, this is another, and in my estimation, a very key component, because without understanding, the substrata, it would be impossible to know whether or not they can accomplish what they say they want to do in a way that would satisfy the board and satisfy all the myriad other agencies that are reviewing this. So that's my take on it. And, the board has supported further testing in support of understanding whether or not this can be accomplished at this location or not.
Peter, when is the drilling supposed to start? Is there a period of time that it starts and stops? I don't mean on a daily basis. I mean June 1 through June 12th.
I'm sorry, I had a little trouble hearing you. You were asking whether or not there was a time frame for the testing.
That is correct.
A window? You want to know what the extent of the window would be?
Yes.
The resolution states no later than June 30th.
Very well. So between now and June 30th is their window for testing or drilling in all the roads identified in the document. Here we go. I believe it's
it's basically, Jose, it's basically the end of Beach Lane and that one section that's identified there off to the side of the road end. And again, it wouldn't impede ingress and egress to the beach at any time. My understanding is that this, first of all, it would only take place during the week, and it's a rather short period of time that they would need to drill. It's a very similar type of activity to what a private water well drilling would be.
If I may,
understood.
Jose, you may want to go online and find the resolution. The testing activity is limited to 2 consecutive days, between now and June 30th. We've also gotten a diagram from Deepwater Wind, and I'm happy to send that to you if you haven't received it already, so that you can see, the footprint of the project.
Okay, I am looking at the resolution. I did print it out, but thank you.
Okay.
Because in my reading of the resolution is what brought up my question as well. So when it was 2 consecutive dates, I thought that was 2 consecutive dates per location. So this is 2 consecutive dates for the entire project?
Yeah, it's only one location.
Just the one location in the beach lane.
Oh, just the one location, okay.
Yes.
So it's not all the other streets that were identified in the resolution as part of where it's going. Got it, okay. Yes, because there was lots of other streets identified. So this is just specifically for that beach lane, end of beach lane area.
That's correct.
Very well.
And I'm happy to send you the diagram.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jose. It's nice to hear from you.
Nice
Do
to
we
see
have
you
any other
guys,
callers?
even in this manner.
Yes, we do have another caller. I'm putting them on the line. Hello, caller. You are on the air.
Hello. Hi, this
Morning.
is Carolyn Logan Cluff calling in.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hello.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hello,
How are you?
Supervisor von Skoyak and Town Board. I am well, and Wayne Scott is holding up pretty well in this time. I'm happy to report. And I want to thank you all for your incredible leadership at this incredibly challenging time. It's been so comforting to have all of you at the helm, so thank you. I want you to know that here in Waynescott, we continue to ring our chapel bell every Friday night at 7 to honor those who put themselves out there in order to keep things going, as well as in memory of those who have had to confront the coronavirus. And in that line, I wanted to thank you for acknowledging the role of Rick Del Mastro when you voted to incorporate the Hamlet studies into the comprehensive plan. I also wanted to say that the Waynescott CAC was incredibly excited to hear that you're moving forward with CCA. As you know, we've been a supporter of that ever since we learned about it at a presentation given to us by Gordian Raki about a year ago. So that's all wonderful news. The real reason I am calling is the same as Jose's, and since he covered everything so really well, I don't want to repeat everything, but I do want clarity. How many borings will there be?
It's just the one location at this time at the end of Beach Lane.
And is this
So
the one for
there's
with the
additional.
percolation test?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is this the boring that would also include the percolation test?
This is the boring to determine the substrata at the end of Beach Lane. As I understand it, there's also additional testing along the cable route that will occur at some point in the future, including archaeological survey with shovel test pits at, I believe, 100-foot intervals along the cable route, and some additional soil testing as well. But this,
Right,
this is
I know that
specifically for
the
setting up the
archaeological
drill.
is different from the geotechnical.
Yes, this is to set up the drilling rig again for test borings at southerly end of Beach Lane for the purposes of collecting data on existing subsurface conditions. So, and again, that would be for no more than 2 consecutive days.
I have to say that I want you to know that it's not simply Jose and I, but there are any number of Waynescott residents who are concerned about the timing of this boring. We know that it's been postponed several times. Last, it was to have been concluded April 30th, as Jose noted. And I guess I just wonder why this has to be done now and why it can't take place immediately after Labor Day. You say that we're not up to full capacity, but I do want to emphasize to you that there are many people here in Waynescott, and they're walking and biking and pushing strollers and bringing their children to the beach. And I think it's of paramount importance that the safety of people who use the beach at the end of Beach Lane be taken into account. Is there going to be simply a rope cordoning off the equipment? How much of the access to the beach will be blocked? And is there any chance a child could slip past the rope and get to the drill spoils? I just think that these things need to be thought about very seriously, and I would urge you to reconsider doing this geotechnical sampling after Labor Day?
Well, I appreciate your concerns and your comments, and I know that there has been opposition to any testing, regardless of when it occurred in the past. And I believe the Wainscott CSC had notified us that they were opposed to any testing here without fully testing other sites, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, that's the beach that I visit. It's the closest one to my house, and I understand that people cherish the beach, and especially at this time, it's a great place to be able to get outside and walk around. I would not approve of any closure of access to that beach. The reason they delayed was because of public safety and health. During the COVID period, it was determined, although I believe they had the ability to actually move forward under the guidelines as a critical infrastructure and were deemed essential. They chose not to because they felt that until we had a better understanding of how widespread and what the potential threat and risk to both the public and their employees was, that they suspended what would have been already approved geotechnical survey at this site earlier, as you said. So the town board has this resolution to extend this period at this time under these restrictions, and we'll be voting on that later today. But we appreciate you making your comments known. Certainly we'll ensure that work site is safe and that there's no chance of children getting into harm's way or anyone else. So do appreciate you calling, Carolyn, and thank you for your kind words and comments about the town board's efforts during the pandemic.
Thank you so much.
Be well.
We currently have no other callers on the line.
Jason, thank you. At this point, since we have no other callers, we'll move on to our agenda. And the first topic up is discussion of the Energy Initiative Support Services RFP. And we have Lauren Steinberg from Natural Resources. And if we get other callers on the line, we'll take them as we can in between topics. So Lauren, you want to walk us through the RFP recommendation?
Sure. So in April, the town of East Hampton issued an RFP for Energy Initiative Support Services to assist the town in achieving its sustainability goals through the marketing and promotion of the Energize East Hampton initiative and the development of renewable energy and energy efficiency projects and policies, code changes, and clean transportation and heating strategies. The RFP called for firms that could demonstrate knowledge and experience in renewable energy technologies and state and local energy policies, as well as propose methods for growing and promoting the town's Energize initiative to the community and increasing participation in its programs. The RFP also called for a firm that could provide guidance and subject matter expertise in developing a 100% renewable energy roadmap plan, and as the town explores a community choice aggregation program. The selected firm would work closely with the town's Department of Natural Resources and Energy Sustainability Committee on these tasks. The town received 4 proposals. The selection committee reviewed all proposals. Selection criteria included the ability to demonstrate local experience with renewable energy technologies and energy management policies, experience with program development and marketing, an experienced entity with a proven track record, dedicated focus on community goals with education and outreach, and cost of services. The selection committee finds that based on the thoroughness of the proposal and the demonstrated success in developing and implementing community outreach, marketing, and advocacy initiatives, and knowledge of energy efficiency and renewable energy technologies and policies, as well as a proven track record working with and advising Long Island municipalities, Renewable Energy Long Island best meets the criteria in the scope of work of the RFP. And the selection committee is recommending to the town board that Renewable Energy Long Island be awarded the contract for Energy Initiative Support Services.
Do we have any questions for Lauren? Comments?
No, I greatly approve this, and I appreciate Lauren bringing this forward. I think having our energy expert, as the board has discussed, will greatly increase our efforts to get to our energy sustainability in a prompt timing. I know the Energy Sustainability Committee that Sylvia has been leading for years now have been requesting this. We are all experts in our own right, but to get an expert on as our consultant, I think will only lead us, appropriately. So I appreciate you putting this together. Thank you.
Can I ask what the financial impact is?
Sure. So our department has allocated a budget not to exceed $50,000 for the remainder of this calendar year.
So that's a budgeted amount in the budget for us for this effort. We've had a fair amount of success in getting the general public to understand what's available in terms of energy saving efforts, the green homes, energy audit of your house that was free, solar, our Solarize, and Nest thermostats, and many other avenues to pursue. We're talking about CCA, community choice aggregation. There's also some other opportunities for us moving forward. So I think having someone to help assist us, an expert consultant in the field, is certainly going to improve our efforts in both community outreach and helping to facilitate that transition away from fossil fuels. So I'm very happy with the selection and look forward to moving us forward.
We've had this position in the budget prior, correct?
Yes.
And in past, it was mostly covered by a grant, and now we had to budget it, correct?
It's a budgeted item.
And Renewable Energy Long Island is Gordy and Rackey's firm, who we've been working with, and has been excellent in providing services to the community. So I fully support, awarding it to Renewable Energy Long Island.
Yeah, he has more than 20 years of in this effort here on Long Island, and I think we're very lucky to have him advise us.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you for your
Lauren.
support. Thanks, Lauren. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
So next up, do we have any callers on the line waiting, Jason?
We currently have no callers on the line.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next topic, which is the Affordable Housing Overlay Districts. And this is relating to the Triune Baptist Church and Smith Family Trust properties. We have Eric Shantz with us today.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
From our planning department. Yes, Eric, we can hear you.
Okay, so I have a PowerPoint presentation for you here. This is a proposal to add an Affordable Housing Overlay District designation to those two properties that you just mentioned in Wainscott on Route 114. The town is committed to providing additional affordable housing. The resolution acquiring these properties specifically noted that it was for municipal and affordable housing, and that was a $1,860,000 investment, which is significant. So just some basic information about the properties. They're roughly 6.4 acres combined. Zoned A2 residents. They are within the Wainscott School District. They're within a number of special groundwater protection areas, including the Pine Barrens and groundwater management zone of the Health 5 of the Health Department. They're nearly 100% cleared of natively occurring vegetation, which is mainly oaks and pitch pines, which are standard for Pine Barrens woodlands. They're long and narrow lots, but they are about 260 feet wide at the widest point, which is roughly in the middle of the two lots.
Can I just say, his PowerPoint isn't coming up on
Eric, have you started it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, it's not coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try screen share one more time, Eric.
Okay. How's that?
It's all, and there we go.
Okay.
Okay, I'll backtrack a little bit.
Yeah, please do. That'd be great.
So I have more aerial photographs for you here. But again, the basic property info here. Again, the town, when it purchased or committed to purchasing these two lots for nearly $2 million, said that it would be for affordable housing. But again, they're roughly 6.4 acres, zoned A2 in Wayne Scott School District, in a number of special groundwater protection areas, mostly uncleared, and they are long and narrow lots, but it's kind of deceiving in this picture. They are about 260 feet wide at their widest point, which is more than adequate to develop. So the affordable housing overlay designation was created to give properties which are appropriate for affordable housing developments the ability to build such facilities under zoning. The criteria that's not mandatory but recommended under the comp plan is specific. It says public water availability, reasonably convenient to public transportation, not within a flood hazard or erosion area. The size and shape of the site is reasonably suited to the proposed development, and development of the site is reasonably compatible with the surrounding uses. Now, this is a land use map of the surrounding area. You'll see the properties outlined in blue in the middle. Green is open space, as you might suspect. Red is commercial. There's only one property in the area, which is a motel across the street, legally pre-existing non-conforming motel. And then the rest of the surrounding uses are open space or residential. And here's what that looks like on an aerial photograph. You'll see that orange line in the top left-hand corner of the picture is the boundary of Sag Harbor Village. And obviously the property is situated on 114. And you can't actually see it very well in this picture, but 114 is a county bike path. Oh, I'm sorry, I should be in full mode here. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so that's back to that picture, enlarging it for you a little bit.
Yep, that's good. Thanks.
So if you want to just look, I'm sure everyone's familiar with this general area. So as far as the pros and cons for this property, it is adjacent to an existing affordable housing, or what's going to be one, for the Belova Watch Case Factory project. And that, if I backtrack, is the property that is to the immediate northwest of that long, narrow property that has a bunch of pre-existing non-conforming motels or cottages. That's going to be affordable housing, so it's adjacent to that.
Eric, is there a reason why we wouldn't be including that property also in housing overlay?
I think it was offered. I think that concept was given to the owners of that property, but I don't know at this point that they're receptive to do so. They have a legally pre-existing large density of units, and if they do include it in with these lots, it actually probably would reduce the yield overall of the three properties because they're grandfathered at such a high density on that other property.
I know in my several conversations with the Sag Harbor Community Housing Trust that there is some understanding and some interest in partnering with the town to develop our properties with theirs in a more comprehensive way. And while we haven't arrived at that point yet, I know that's something that is certainly been considered by them. So I guess, in the future, if those plans were to move further forward, that property could then be included in the AHO?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So it's also non-adjacent to a large number of neighboring residential properties. Again, I'm going to go back to the previous slide. Again, the Belova property borders everything on the left as you face the map side. There are a total of 5 residential lots that abut the property on the right side. However, those are large properties, and you can see the homes are already built kind of far away from this property line. So it's adjacent to a bus route, as I said. 114 is a major bus route for Suffolk County Transit. It is not in the water recharge overlay district. It is in, as I mentioned earlier, South Fork Special Groundwater Protection, but it is not in water recharge, and we try to discourage developments in water recharge and harbor protection overlay. And on that note, it's not adjacent to surface waters or freshwater wetlands. It's not in a flood hazard zone, and there are no agricultural resources on the property. The cons with it, it's not immediately adjacent to goods and services. Normally we like to have something within walking distance, whether it be a post office or a grocery store, like say St. Michael's. You don't have that situation here. And one of the main problems with this is that there's currently no public water. As I said earlier, it's about 50, should say as I'm about to say. It's about 1,500 feet from the nearest water main, which is at Sag Harbor. So going back to that slide again, if you look at that orange line of set the boundary of Sag Harbor, that's the distance that public water would need to be run down 114. So under our current zoning, again, this is 6.4 acres. You're allowed 8 units per acre for apartments, which would mean you could have a maximum of 51 on this site under our zoning. The limitation on any one site is 60. You need 20,000 square feet of lot area for each single family residence. Under our current zoning, you could have 13 maximum if the lots are combined. I'm counting in both of these situations if the lots are combined. However, Suffolk County Department of Health Services has their own regulations. This is within groundwater management zone 5 and does not have public water currently. That greatly reduces the yield that the property would have. Under the county regulations, just as it is now, you could only fit 12 apartments on both lots over the 6.4 acres, and then 6 and maybe 7 single-family residences. So it greatly reduces the yield of the property. Options to increase the yield for affordable projects, and I know I am getting a little ahead of myself because a specific project is going to address this situation however they see fit, but I just want the board to know what the possibilities are for this property. If one option is to bring public water to the site and provide sewage treatment, that would allow us, a future development to go to the maximum yield of the town code, which again is 51 apartments or 13 single-family residences. We could also use the Affordable Housing Credit Program, known by many as a TDR, which allows town-owned parcels to be sterilized and then transferring that allowable sanitary flow to the subject property. We're only allowed to do that up to 2 times the allowable flow. You can't go above that. So the maximum yield, if we did use that program for a future development, would be 25 apartments or 13 single-family residences. So that's just to give you an idea of what the development capabilities of this property are given different circumstances. So our main conclusion is that we strongly recommend that you designate this affordable housing overlay. The town noted previously by resolution that it intends to use the property for affordable housing. So it makes sense to give it the designation that would allow an affordable housing development. It's really the only one that does. It is the only one that does in the town. And then with the criteria that were listed in the comprehensive plan, the only criteria it doesn't meet, it ticks all the boxes, but there's currently not public water. We can remedy that. I mean, I don't have an exact figure of what it costs to run water lines, and it's not really my area of expertise, but obviously public water could be brought to the site at some point. And
Eric, on that topic, do you happen to know where the nearest water main is? Is there one at that location on 114, or do you know?
The nearest water main going back, see that orange line?
That's
Yes.
it, yeah.
Yeah, there's public water throughout Sag Harbor Village, and then it ends at that line, and there's really not, I believe you need to get down to Plank Road over by the Ross School before you get to the nearest area, which is.
All right, so it's not too far away, as it's just inside the village line.
Yeah, I mean,
Good to know.
it's not a crazy distance. It would be nice if it was already a main down 114, but it's doable. And then our last recommendation would be also just for the board to seek the insight and opinions of the Community Housing Opportunity Fund regarding future developments and any recommendations they might want to give to you about, future development of the property. But the first step would be giving the affordable housing overlay designation. And then from there, the planning board or, whatever involved parties are going to work to come up with a development, hopefully in the future that that meets the community needs and is not doesn't have a negative impact on the community. So bottom line, we recommend that you do grant this overlay designation.
Thank you, Eric. It has been the board's intent from the initial acquisition effort to make this affordable housing. We understand that it's so important to have additional parcels which can be developed in the future to help offset some of the lack of housing that we have in our community and keep the diversity of our community intact. So this was determined to be, a very, very valuable location. It is on a major highway and does have, as you say, bus route. It's a very short distance to the village downtown area. It's a short walk or bike ride. And I think moving forward, obviously, there's a great deal of discussion that will take place around, SECRA and developing this property in a way that the community supports. Certainly, we'll take Choff's comments into account as well as those from our planning department and the general public. This is just the very initial stages of this effort. So. And as you say, first step is affordable housing overlay. I support this designation for the property. Is there any other comments or questions for Eric?
No, I want to thank Eric for getting this done. And we've been talking about this for quite some time, making it affordable housing overlay. And right now there is one house on one of the properties, Smith Family Trust. We are renting that under the affordable housing guidelines. So appreciate that a family is able to take advantage of that as we plan for the rest of the pieces of property.
Jeff, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, Eric, I just wanted to ask you to repeat. If we get public water there, does that get us up to the larger density numbers that you were talking about?
Yeah.
It's
that
still,
gets us up to.
It's unfortunately that alone wouldn't do it.
Okay.
It's in groundwater management zone 5,
right?
Which has a more. We only have zones 4 and 5 in the town, and 5 is the more restrictive. You need 40,000 square feet to generate 300 gallons per day. That would be 2 apartments. So you have roughly, 6 times that, 7 times that. So you're still only looking at like 14 apartments.
Mm-hmm.
You would need to do sewage treatment.
Right. So most of the affordable housing projects, in order to get anywhere close to, the maximum density, you're seeing those projects would have their own treatment. Similar to Gansett Meadows in Gansett, that's right. 38 units that has its own treatment. So,
sorry.
Go ahead, Eric.
The way the numbers play out, if you're in groundwater management zone 4, we can use the affordable housing credit program and get up to what the town code would allow as the maximum. So in other words, we could match with the county's allowable flow what our zoning code allows as a maximum. If you're in zone 5, it's literally half that.
Yeah.
Because it's the difference between 300 gallons per day allowed per 20,000 square feet versus for 40,000 square feet. It's, half, it gives you half the yield.
And we have used transfer development rights or TDRs in past projects. The one that most recently comes to my mind is St. Michael's Senior Housing.
That's correct.
Where we use those transfer development rights, and we've been banking those development rights through our CPF purchases. We as a town only use the transfer of development rights for affordable housing. Some other communities use them for other types of development, but we have chosen to strictly only use them for affordable housing to date. So.
And the Manor House project as well, just to.
Yeah, right.
I just wanted to add a comment on secret here, and that is on the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, and that is that we don't really have a plan yet for these properties. So it is, perfectly appropriate for us to consider these affordable housing overlays now separately as an issue. And I think it's a good idea, and I support it.
Thank you.
So it doesn't have the same effect as a zone change then under SECRA.
It is a zone change, but in this case, we don't have a plan. We really don't. We don't have a plan. We don't even have a concept plan yet. So it's not. We're not segmenting. We're not dividing our review into little pieces.
I'm just trying to get the distinction between that and the hospital rezoning at Pantago, but.
That's the distinction I'm making, is that we don't have a plan here. We don't even have a.
I don't think they did originally, and we postponed that to the point where they did. So in any case, we'll continue to move forward and obviously follow SECRA in all of future planning and development. Any other comments from the board? Okay, Eric.
Just that I'm in support of moving forward with this as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, very simply. I've been in support since the beginning also. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if I can get my board here. Okay. If we could take down the screen share.
There we
Jason,
go.
do we have any other callers on the line?
We currently have no callers on the line.
No callers on the line. Okay. In that case, let's move on then to outdoor dining. I see Nancy Lynn Thiel has joined us. I'll just give, by way of a little bit of background, that during the COVID crisis, there was a great deal of discussion among county supervisors about reopening plans and trying to prepare for them. And one of the discussions we had was about outdoor dining specifically, because restaurants have become one of the most hard-hit sectors of our local economy. They're integral to our local economy here. They employ hundreds and hundreds of people, and they've basically been waylaid and shut down and can only operate at this time with takeout. And while that might seem like a good substitute, in many cases, that barely, if it all, covers the rent on properties. Restaurants are on pretty tight margins in a normal year, and having capacity limited certainly has a huge impact on them. So we discussed among supervisors, and there have been plans developed, and rather than everybody sort of come up with their own remaking of the wheel, if you will, we circulated among the various towns sort of a template, which is being adopted by various towns. I think it's important that we have this template specifically reflect East Hampton. Not every town is alike by any means. And so in furtherance of that effort, the Business Recovery Committee, which Sylvia's been leading, along with some of our local business leaders and medical professionals, we've been looking at this template and have a proposal which basically would allow for up to the 100% of the business's occupancy to be placed outdoors, provided they follow safety protocols. This will require relaxing the town code, which only allows 30% of restaurant capacity occupancy placed outdoors currently. That process is based on submission of a plan to the fire marshal, basically a floor plan, and on his okay, that could happen. But I'll kick it over to Nancy Lynn at this point. I don't want to use up all the talking points that I'm sure she has. So Nancy Lynn.
Well, the form has been, there's an application form. The only additional thing that we have to be concerned with is helping these restaurants also comply with SLAs, the state liquor authorities requirements on this. And so there is two different ways. If they're using just on their own property, there is a form to fill out that it's the one application that we have for the town, but then it has to be reviewed in light of their their liquor license, and then the town can send a letter indicating that this is allowable, so that their license is also covered, and they can also serve alcohol in those areas. It's a little bit more difficult if we use areas that are actually public right-of-ways, an extension. That requires a municipal extension form to be filled out by the town. And in that case, we have to have all of the applicants who are going to be doing that already have all of their materials, have an overall form. What's required on that is our completed application. We also have to have detailed diagrams for each of these properties, a supervision and control plan, which I'm hoping, I see Mike Sarlo's on here, would probably appreciate his assistance with that. Then we do the list of approved licenses with the details and their certification form, which SLA provides for them to fill out. And then we can submit that. So that's a little bit more complicated and has to be done kind of as a one project rather than what we can do with regards to different restaurants that want to use just property that they already have and expanding out. So that can be more of a rolling process. But anyone who's interested in doing a specifically using municipal areas, we would need to have a kind of a deadline to have all those in so that we could process them as one to SLA.
Are you saying that we'd have to have a total of all the businesses that would want to take advantage of being within a municipal right-of-way?
Yes.
All sign up prior to as one submission? It can't be done on a case-by-case basis?
That's how it's set up with SLA. They want, because they want a plan for all of them at one time. So I think that if we had an addition to that afterwards, we probably could amend it to include that. But they are looking to do it as one plan from the municipality. With included in our application to SLA for that would be the list of all the approved licensees. So they have it set up as one application.
And I think at this point, most of the public right-of-ways that we would consider allowing this are probably owned by the state, as they are the main streets within the hamlets, particularly downtown Montauk. I think it's really the only area that we've really discussed as being potentially suitable.
Amagansett could have it too.
Yeah, but I can't see shutting down the road in Amagansett though to have it.
No, we're not shutting down.
Perhaps some expansion onto the public sidewalk, provided you could actually accommodate pedestrian traffic around it. So again, I think, we'll have to look carefully. The SLA, as Nancy Lynn Thiel has said, has loosened their restrictions. They've made that process of expanding the current license to proprietors to encompass their entire properties, provided they fill out and file that form. Also, the county public health, Suffolk County Public Health Department has basically put together a registry application. It's not a permit per se, but you have to file with the public health department there as well. That's a streamlined process. And so we're hoping to encompass in our permit all of those necessary steps to make it as efficient as possible. I know we've already got requests. I had one of the assistant clerks brought me an application for outdoor dining this morning that somebody had dropped off, and I said, well, we're going to be discussing it later, so hopefully we can finalize this plan and get going as soon as possible, because the governor just recently announced that tomorrow will be the first day in which outdoor dining can legally occur, provided the safety protocols are in place and that those necessary filings have been made with the other agencies as well. I've spoken with the fire marshal, whose task it would be to okay those seating plans. He feels that he has enough staff and capacity to be able to quickly review these submissions and to do inspections, but we'll also look to additional aid from building inspectors should there get to be a backlog. Again, we want to try and help effectuate this as quickly as possible. We understand the importance to these businesses to be able to operate as soon as they can and as safely as they can.
And Peter, once you do have an approved application, I can provide the letter to SLA for them, at least for their on-premise expansion.
Right.
And we'd be able to process those rather quickly as well.
Great. Are there questions for Nancy Lynn?
I do. Nancy Lynn, you stated that the township has to come up with an application to the SLA, but also the SLA guidance shows that there has to be a stipulation signed between the property owner and also the municipality. Are we going to have a draft stipulation ready for that we could also give to the businesses prior to their SLA, the SLA approval? How is that option going to work?
If you're talking about on municipal property, there is a form that SLA actually provides. It's a one-page affirmation that we would need them to fill out. It's already provided. That's an easy thing to do. For the on-premise extension, if they already have a stipulation of operation with us, it's simply an amendment to that says during this time period, we would be allowing this expansion of outdoor area. Again, that's an easy thing that we can have ready to go. So in either of those cases, what needs to be submitted to SLA is not going to be difficult. I think that the agreement for there to be a change to their use of their property is encompassed in the application form that we're looking to do, and it allows them to make certain affirmations that they're going to abide by, and we can use that then.
Nancy Lynn, is the date consistent with what we have in our application of November 1st?
As how long it continues?
Yes.
I didn't see a cutoff, but obviously that would be if we have a plan for municipal extension,
yeah.
We can use that. SLA hasn't really said there is a cutoff date that I've found. I can keep looking. But in the paperwork that they have, there isn't any specific cutoff date for it.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of a business being able to use its own property, there's been discussion about, well, what will that include? We've talked about waiving the occupancy that would be necessary, but there's also consideration of whether or not we would allow any of the parking areas associated with the business. That's within the template. Obviously, there are certain rules and regs that would have to be followed with that, particularly a barrier, physical barrier would have to be placed between any currently using parking areas and outdoor seating. For instance, if they used half their parking lot for seating, they'd have to have some sort of barrier to bollards or planters, whatnot, to prevent vehicles from backing into tables, etc. So there's that provision. The board will have to decide whether we're willing to allow for parking to be used, parking lots, areas to be used for outdoor dining capacity. I personally feel like we need to be able to make an exception at this time. Again, it's going to be quite temporary. At some point in the summer, I suspect that the governor will, based on the data coming in, will relax the indoor dining regulations. And it'll probably start with reduced capacity indoors at which point I would like us to be pivoting towards pushing that outdoor capacity back in based on the supportable levels, especially if there's dining taking place within parking lots. I think we need to be able to transition back to having the full amount of parking available as interior space is being allowed. I think that's probably an important aspect. But for the short term, I think we should be thinking in terms of being flexible. There may be some additional inconvenience caused in the short term, but we've certainly been through plenty of inconvenience in the last 3 months. And I think this would be a small sacrifice towards trying to get our economy and getting people employed again, and doing so in a safe way. And I think the evidence and the data shows that outdoor transmission is extremely rare, and that this is the best way that we could have dining resume as quickly as possible while keeping the public safe. So I think those are the key points that we should be discussing. What areas within a business property we would see as permissible. Again, you've heard my recommendation. And then beyond that, and we can talk about this a little bit more when we talk about temporary traffic circulation changes in Montauk, about the possibility of having some additional areas within municipal right-of-ways, whether it be the state or the town, that we could allow through a process to be used by these businesses and expanding outdoors where it's much safer to continue business.
Peter,
if I could, sorry, go ahead, Sylvia. Ladies first.
I just want to know, are we going to go through the application that I sent everybody yesterday?
We certainly can do that.
Or you just want to ask if they have any questions about it? I mean, there's a lot of things you've gone over, but nothing. I guess I need to see, if where we're going to send this, if it's going to go to the fire marshal, which I think you just clarified. So we'll put the fire marshal's email on this, so people can send it by email. They don't need to put it in the Dropbox if they don't want to. I think that'll expedite making sure that these are looked at as soon as possible. And if there's anything then that, as we go through this, that the town board feels, needs to be altered or changed. And John Jelnicki's also taken a look at this application. And
do you have that you want to put up on share, or you want me to put it up, the application?
Go ahead. You can put it up. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can
Sylvia, it might be helpful for the fire marshal to have someone from planning also be able to check through that, because they may not have access to site plan for the property and the like. So it might help with confirming the occupancy and some of the other issues that might be on the application, just so that there's some, not all applicants know the particulars of the property, especially if they're leasing the property from the owner and the owner got the
I believe I believe the fire marshal has a thorough list of, certainly has the allowed occupancies on all properties as he does the annual inspections.
He actually, his occupancies are different than the use occupancies.
Okay.
He has fire code.
You're right.
Okay, understood. So you're talking about zoning versus
Yes.
public safety occupancies. Very good.
Yeah, and Suffolk County Department of Health Services, hopefully they have their certificate. Every restaurant would have their certificate of what they're allowed to have.
Yeah, and while he's at it, he could probably just add those to his master list. Occupancy based on zoning versus based on public safety.
Yes.
So that's a good point. So we'll make sure that gets in there. The other thing that I didn't mention in terms of accommodation is to allow outdoor awnings or tents to be erected at these locations. We currently allow for that through a special event permit. And so I think, that same process, fire marshal does the occupancy out for outdoor dining. and the layout. He reviews that and inspects it. He also reviews tents and awnings and that's things of that nature. I think there was a general understanding that it would be important to be able to have that kind of a covering. It's allowed by the governor to have overhead covering in that way for outdoor dining. And there are a number of reasons for that, not the least of which would be a sudden inclement weather event, a cloudburst or whatnot. You can imagine if you had, 20 or 30 tables outdoors without any covering, what would happen to dining if a squall blew through. So I think that's an important consideration as well. And at this point,
Can I ask a question on that, Peter, about the tent? In the application, that says tents with open sides, which would mean air moves through non-conditioned space.
Right.
Typically, there's a permit fee for that. I would be in favor of waiving any fees, obviously, for this temporary permit fee. You might just want to add that in there.
Okay.
And also, when we look at outdoor dining and awnings, I know there's some locations that have non-conditioned outdoor space already that is being used. Can those individuals still use that area that is not part of their interior space with awnings up? I can think of a good half dozen maybe locations in the township. And
there's some conflicting language in the governor's order, and it talks about permanent roofs not being included in the guidance. And again, in the past, when these kind of questions come up, we put forward requests for clarification as to the specifics, and there's a period of time which we wait for that response, and either to the affirmative or the negative on the answers. So that's something we will certainly request additional guidance and clarification on, but currently it doesn't seem to include those areas that have permanent roofs. I frankly don't quite understand the difference between having a permanent roof and a temporary roof if the sides are open. But there's these little inconsistencies that pop up. You can't possibly think of every possible permutation ahead of time, but we can ask for additional guidance on that. But really,
Peter, just, if I may, SLA also prohibits the fixed roofs or permanent roofs. So we would, even if we can get it past the governor, SLA, they may not be able to serve alcohol under a fixed roof. So it's
understood.
And their guidance.
I think that's the short answer right now. It's not going to be approved under permanent roofs. That might change, but also the use of interior space may come online within a few weeks anyway. I mean, we could be looking at that happening on the 24th potentially. Business recovery relies on two factors, at least one of which is that you have to provide a safe workplace or environment for your workers and your patrons. And the second part of it is there confidence on the behalf of the patrons, even if you have those safety protocols in place. And I suspect that there will be lingering concern about being indoors with others for a while to come. So I think we should be cognizant of that, and we may be looking at allowing outdoor dining to continue throughout the warmer months, at least for the short term.
I just want to interject, if I may, a comment of concern and caution on outdoor dining. I have friends in the restaurant business, so I know how hard they've been hit. And it is very damaging. It's a very, very difficult situation for them to deal with. I am a little more concerned than I'm hearing in this discussion about the possibility of a second wave of the pandemic hitting us in the fall. And when I looked at the seating diagram, for the diners, particularly at the four top tables, And I understand it's outdoors and transmission is less likely to occur outdoors, but transmission is also affected by proximity to your partners, and it's also affected by the length of time that you're in the presence of your partners at a table. And people linger at dinner, even outdoors, and they're not going to be wearing masks. They're going to be talking. They're going to be laughing. They're going to be drinking, which we all make mistakes anyway, and inevitably there are going to be some mistakes about contact and touching. And I would like to see outdoor dining. I would prefer to see the town move into it a little bit more cautiously, perhaps incrementally, so that we can watch, so that we can watch to see what the impacts are. We've discussed previously that we can't measure the impacts of COVID right away. It takes really 3 weeks, 4 weeks to measure it. And I think that moving 100% of your seating outside is it's a large move to make as a first move. I'd rather see it limited to some extent, and that way, we could perhaps incrementally open up. I am concerned, and I say this as a person of an undefined older age. I'm sure that I'm thinking of Montauk, especially, that younger people, like in their 30s and 40s, are going to be, out and hanging out, thinking that they can be there with impunity, which is probably not totally true. But the risk of contagion from people who are asymptomatic or otherwise healthy or have minor disease still exists, and there's a portion of the population, and I hate to confess it, but when I look at the numbers, I'm in it, for which it presents a risk. And I think that I just want to inject a note of caution and concern that maybe we slow this down somewhat so that we have room to gauge the impacts a little bit better. I'm just looking at that diagram I saw from Sylvia. I just thought, you sit for 45 minutes or an hour, across from 3 other people at a 4-top table, you're within a couple feet. If the wind is blowing at my back toward them, it seems like you're going to be sharing some droplets, or you have the potential people are not going to be wearing masks. And I would take it a little slower here. I hope I'm wrong. I will say that. I hope I'm proved wrong. But I would put safety a little bit. I would put safety first and speed second. I would take this a little bit slower.
So your recommendation is that the town board should be more restrictive than the public health officials and the governor's office, which have fully vetted this and have phased this reopening in a way that they can determine whether or not there's any uptick in the disease. I mean, the way this is laid out is, phase 1 opens, you watch the metrics, you watch the data, and as phase 1 has been open, we've seen a continuing decline in the disease. Hence, phase 2 opening tomorrow, 14 more days go by, monitoring the progress against the disease. Hopefully that continues to decline, but I know that the governor and health professionals have said if there starts to be an uptick or spiking, that we may have to pull back. So, I mean, I feel like as a town board member, that it's best to rely on the public health officials in this instance. And if they believe that this is a safe way to reopen, that, we should follow that guidance. I think it's incumbent upon us as elected officials to ensure that reopening takes place within the guidelines, and that we make sure that business owners and the public understand what the public health and safety guidelines are. But I don't want to second guess the health professionals and delay beyond what they think is safe at this time. Obviously this will be continued to be monitored, but that's just my feeling on it.
When I was looking at can I just follow up on this? Because when I was looking,
Of course you can, Jeff.
we're looking at, thank you, Peter. We're looking at, looking over the office protocols for phase 2 openings. And it's very clear that the governor's orders are, they're minimum standards. They're not required. In other words, the municipalities can do more than what the governor is ordering. So my short answer to you is, do I think that we could do more and be slightly more restrictive? My answer would be yes. I do think that's possible, and I think it may be prudent given the risks that we're dealing with.
Yeah, certainly we could be more restrictive. I just don't know that it's justified at this time. Again, we've seen the continual decline, even on a daily basis. It's really declining significantly. I understand that it's really important for people to also continue to follow those basic safety protocols. We're going to be wearing masks for the foreseeable future when we're face coverings when we're in public. Obviously, you can't eat with a mask on, but again, I'm going to rely on the public health professionals, the science and the data, at least to start. And we have been extremely fortunate here in East Hampton. We took steps early. We got our general public has really done a terrific job of heeding the advice that we've been giving out. We have the second lowest rate of infection in the entire Long Island region, second only to Shelter Island. And I see that number's pretty much flatlined of total infections here. And we certainly hope that continues. And that was in the face of what was a rather mass exodus to East Hampton from the New York metropolitan area, beginning in mid-March, and continuing through mid-April. So, I'm fairly confident that the general public is heeding the advice. It really is important for our businesses to try and reopen on schedule. And again, that's based on the public health advice of the state in conjunction with other entities like the CDC and World Health Organization. So that's just my comment on that. I understand.
If I could just
again,
add one thing.
Let
me just finish, David. One more thing, and then I'll get to you too. But I think your concern points out what I was speaking to earlier, that regardless of whatever safety protocols are put in place, that members of the general public will still have lingering concerns. And those people, will distance themselves. They may choose not to go out to eat, either in a restaurant or outdoors. And I understand that. And, for some people, the risk who are at higher risk, the risk is so high that it's just not worth it. And so I think there's going to be additional loss to businesses and revenue because of that. So, again, with hospitality business being considered essential by the governor in opening prior to phase 1, what we saw was that, in fact, there wasn't a massive flood of people to come to the hotels and resorts because there were lingering concerns about health. So, I get that. I don't want to hold people back beyond, make a higher bar than public health officials have demonstrated is the safe measure. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor the situation. But I want to go to Sylvia now, and then David, I think you wanted to comment as well.
Yeah, I just want to say, in working with this business recovery group, there is no group that is more concerned about a resurgence than the businesses themselves and the business owners and the people that run the hotels, the restaurants, and the retail shops. Because they know that if there's a resurgence, they have to close again. And that would be when they have everyone hired, everyone, a full staff that they can have, of what they can handle at that time. So, I think that I'm not willing at this point to limit them further than and what we're already looking at through the governor and through our own county. And, I just think that some of these, particularly restaurants, are going to be self-limiting anyway because they don't have the space to put 100% of their occupancy outside and meet the distance required between 6 feet between tables, etc. So, so there is a self-limiting factor already. And there's, and I think Peter also said that people are going to be reluctant to go to to maybe go to restaurants. So we have to make sure, and the businesses are well aware of this, that they have to make it the safest place for customers to show up. Because if they don't, they're going to lose a lot more. And I've been very proud of the group that I've been working with, and they're very well aware of these, of what could happen.
Thank you, Sylvia. David, you had a comment?
Yes, I do. I echo what Jeff is saying. I think we have to be extremely safe as we move forward with this. The guidance that came out from the state, interim guidance for outdoor and takeout delivery food service during COVID-19 public safety emergency, specifically on page 3, it actually allows for the individual establishments to have tabletops up to 10 individual people. If we look at the permit that the town is putting forward right now, the town's permits only allow outdoor dining at tabletops of 2, 4, or 6 people currently right now, which is a 40% limitation in the maximum of a tabletop that we can have. So there are ways that I think the town is looking to scale up or release them out even a little bit slower than the state is allowing right now to see how it works and flows. So there's a lot of information that came out in that guidance from the state right now. A lot of it is put into this permit specifically here. I agree with Sylvia then too, is that if the businesses don't take this seriously right now, there is that chance that things will and could be shut down. So we have to be very careful, to Jeff's point. On the actual application itself, I have a couple thoughts, if I could. I appreciate the thoughts we exchanged and a couple of the changes that you made previously, Sylvia. One of them was under the guidelines, under A, on premise only. It says relocation of dining seats must comply with COVID-19 guidelines. I think we should just state COVID-19 guidelines as stated by the New York State, as I just mentioned, interim guidance for outdoor and takeout delivery food services. I think that's just appropriate just to add that in there.
Wait, say that again, David. What bullet point are you on?
Sure. A.
Yep.
Under A, section A, guidelines, bullet point number 2.
Yep.
Yep. Yes, relocation of dining seats must be compliant with COVID-19 guidelines. I think we should just put this 19 guidelines that's been given by the state as of the June 3rd, 2020 memorandum, or some other language that just states the COVID-19 guidelines are from the state guidelines.
Okay.
At the bottom of those guidelines, it says music shall not be permitted. Is that ambient music in the new locations?
So outdoor amplified music is the issue, and we have Nancy Lynn still there, so
Yep.
Nancy Lynn can
Yeah, that is, they would have to have additional changes to perhaps their site plan. The ambient music is something that we don't right now don't enforce, not having a music permit. But we're talking about live and DJs and that type of thing, and that's consistent with what SLA. They are not.
Address indoor versus outdoor though, because don't we have some additional? You can't have outdoor, for instance, after 9 p.m.
Correct. Any restaurant, and that's under our zoning
Right.
code that is a.
So, we're not going to be waiving that current code requirement, but again, the ambient, what's called background music or whatever would be allowed, provided that it doesn't exceed the noise levels.
That's correct.
And
Yep.
until 9 p.m.
So what if it's a location that doesn't need to expand any of their outdoor dining, that already has permitted outdoor dining, or only a space that they can meet their typical 30% without going over it? and can they have a live amplified musician playing?
Right now,
If they
there's
don't
no
have
live.
to, if they don't have to
There's no
submit
live.
any changes here.
Yeah, there is no live music allowed currently by governor's order.
Okay.
So that you'd have to wait until the point which the governor says it's okay to have live music events.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
So I think it should be stated that way, don't you? In these guidelines?
Well, these guidelines are to expand what they would otherwise have. So you need
But a
to be,
reminder that live music is not currently allowed, I think that's a good point, Kathy, and we should probably include that. And, that will change depending on, when those restrictions are lifted by the governor.
so it does have music shall not be permitted. We can make it very clear that live music, and I can just, we can use the same language SLA uses, which makes it clear it's
Because we're not saying you can't have music. We're just saying you can't have live music.
So I could have amplified music till 9 o'clock.
That's my understanding of the
Yes.
regulations. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can't have live entertainment or DJs in the outdoor
And
dining area.
you still can't exceed the permitted noise level, and you can't have your music beyond 9 p.m. currently. Now that may change. The live music component may change if the governor eases these restrictions.
As per governor's order, we can write. My next one is in B, off premise only, in the submission requirements. We have in that second bullet line and the second bullet line, it just says hold the town harmless. With the town harmless, I mean, we have other language that's in on the last page that holds the town. Let me read it here. Holds harmless the town of East Hampton's officials, employees, agents, and other persons from all from and against all claims. I was wondering if that should be the language that we should have in that section. Just defines who the town is.
That's a John Jilnicki question.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I'm not. And the only other one I had then would be in B for offsite under guidelines. The second bullet line said all items shall be removed from the accommodation area at night. Would that include bollards or the planters that could be heavy if individual is looking to use a right of way? Or can those be left out
So
temporarily?
we're talking about tables and chairs.
Yeah.
And,
And the reason there's a question mark there is that I wanted the town board to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. That's
so I think the question really would be more pertinent to the municipal right of ways than their own property. I mean, personally, I think if they want to leave it set up on their own property, that
This is under that part. This is under if it's off premises.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so this is if it's in a right of way, a town right of way, do they have to remove the tables and chairs? Can they?
And I
leave
think
it?
that's going to depend on, what type of right of way you're talking about, roadway or sidewalk. And, I think that kind of has to be on a case by case basis. It's either everybody has to do it, or maybe in some locations you could allow it to stay, but I can't really visualize why you would allow it to stay in the public right of way, unless it really was a situation where it was truly out of the way.
Well, some of those they're truly out of the way, but they may not choose to use them. I mean, they're next to restaurants, these right of ways. They may choose that that's where the parking is, and their own parking lot becomes the outdoor dining. So, we were just trying to make it work for all.
Yeah, I think no shoe fits all on this one.
It's kind of tough to make it all for one, but because as you said, I can think now that I'm thinking about it, I can think of a couple of restaurants in Montauk, for instance, where their existing parking lot really is within the right of way. So would you allow
dining there?
Dining there, it's essentially being, currently used as their parking lot, but is within the right of way. And what would be the harm of leaving it in that location versus it might make a difference leaving it on next to a public sidewalk. That might be a totally different situation. So.
Understood. And then my last one, Sylvia, on there is just to notify the public that it has to be signed by a notary public. That
Yeah.
under the governor's executive order, that notary publics can be done online, or there is a remote way to do notary publics if anyone has any trouble finding one in person. But overall, no, I think the application is not overburdensome to the potential applicant. It reads very well. And I hope we can get it out as soon as possible. And I thank you for taking your time, and the Business Recovery Committee's time also.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I do. I'd like to actually start from the top on page 1, because the intro confused me. The second line where we say, but do not have the indoor area or facilities to accommodate COVID-19 social distancing requirements. So in phase 2, you can't have an indoor area. So I get that this permit or this application is supposed to cover phase 2 and beyond. But I think for me, reading this, I'm confused because of, the introduction of discussing indoor area. And
so, I mean, indoor area would apply to delis also, for instance, or takeout joints.
Okay.
If they didn't have an indoor seating area.
But there is no
allowed.
indoor in phase 2. I don't know, maybe it should be broken out, for phase 2. I just put it out there. I find it confusing, knowing that there's no indoor seating available at this time.
Okay, so indoor seating is phase 3.
Right, and that's it.
Okay.
Currently, we understand that it's at 50%, right? It's our understanding.
I don't know. I thought originally it was 25%, but we'll wait and see what happens.
All right. So then as I go through this, so now I've got a restaurant. So the first section, it's Kathy's Place. So I fill that out. Then I get to applicant information, and I own the restaurant, but I lease the property. So when I fill this out, I'm the applicant. Am I the owner of the business, or I'm the tenant? So
You're just stating what your relationship is to the application, I think.
You're the owner of the business.
So you could be the owner applying on behalf of your tenant, or you could be the tenant.
No, because then number 3 is the property owner.
Yeah.
So you own your business, you're leasing the space, you fill this out in the second box, Roman numeral 2, and Roman numeral 3.
So Roman numeral 2, I own the business, so I'm the owner, but I don't own the building.
Correct.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So how would I be a tenant? How would a tenant be filling this out? I'm asking, is there a
difference between the tenant and the rental owner? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
Yeah.
the business owner that rents?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
I don't understand. The
One's
tenant.
the landlord, one's the tenant.
Well, the tenant is the applicant.
But you're talking about business owner, not property owner. I think that's the distinction you have to make.
Okay.
What are you asking? Is it the business owner, or is it the property owner? Because they might not be the same. So.
Right.
Well, they aren't. That's why
That's
there's 3 different sections.
Right. So then it should say business owner.
Instead of applicant information, you just want business owner?
Well, I think it's a matter of clarifying who you're asking.
Owner information is
The applicant information. So you want to make a distinction between the person who owns the property and the person who owns the business? Who's the owner? Because you could own, I think Kathy's point was clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I own a restaurant, but I don't own the property. How do I answer this?
So the applicant information is for the business owner. And then Roman numeral 3 is for the property owner.
So what's the difference between business owner then and owner and that? Why can't we just say business owner and forget about saying tenant?
And forget about saying tenant. We don't
Yeah,
say.
because you're talking about property owner next.
Okay, so in Roman numeral 2, am I understanding you'd like to change it to business owner information?
I think we're just looking for clarity on.
Yeah, we're just looking for clarity as to what information you need.
Because if it's owner, it seems redundant then to go property owner for the next.
Can I ask, was the intention to require the person running the business to sign part of this and also require the owner who is the landlord of the property to sign it? Was
I
that
think you probably have to get the permission of both, right? I mean, they both have to be made aware, right?
And that's a question I've got for you. Is it, I mean, so now I own this business. I don't own the property. My property owner lives in London. So now I've got to get my property owner to sign off on this application.
I'm not sure that's even necessary.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you have a lease agreement with your owner, and you have to abide by the guidelines of that. And that's a discussion between the business owner and the property owner, I think. And I don't think we need to get involved in that.
Okay, so you want to eliminate
I don't think you need
section
to.
3, Roman numeral 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you can get rid of that altogether, right? As long as the, let's see what this says then.
The third section is for the town to consent to somebody encroaching onto the town's property, I believe, to expand their business right of ways.
So this is really are you saying that 3 is actually the town or municipal owners' consent?
I believe that was the concept. Wasn't that the concept, Sylvia? I'm trying to remember back when this was done.
I mean, that makes more sense to me.
Right, because
you're making a declaration on this form that, the town owns this right away and we're authorizing.
the only time I would see that the other issue to be a problem is if somebody was a tenant in the business and they were allowed only the space within the building for some reason, which would be fairly unusual out here. So I'm not sure why you'd want the actual property owner's consent if you're a tenant. I don't think you need that. So I think just the tenant making the application, or business owner, if you want to call them that instead.
Okay.
You just call it business owner, and that would encompass the business owner also owns the property.
Yes, that's true.
Right.
Yeah.
So just instead of owner tenant, just put business owner.
And then
You just
number
think
3
agent.
is an authorization to let the
Right.
town inspect. So it would be the same person giving consent rather than a different person here.
Right.
So then maybe the consent should be up here,
It could be.
combine 2 and 3, just so it's less confusing.
Mm-hmm.
And it could
Well, the way
say,
this
please
works-
be advised, I'm the business owner of record.
Right. But this kind of reads as if we're allowing the town reps to go on a private piece of property. So I think we'd need to kind of reword it a little bit.
Okay, so John, on number 3, Roman numeral 3, do you want to reword that so it's?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it. I think we can condense it to less sections, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
that would be preferable if we can simplify the form and make it flow a little better. That's certainly going to be
Okay.
appreciated by all concerned.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So that brings us up to any other comments on the
Yes,
first 3?
well, just that, so now we're on guidelines, and I agree with David, as far as talking about the COVID guidelines and where they're, and cite where they're from. Now, and as he also brought up, that the state will allow 10 top, communal table And we're saying that we're only limiting it to 2 tops, 4 tops, and 6 tops. So we're also allowing, outdoor dining till 11 o'clock at night. And that is under the on-premise only. So if I own the property where I've extended my tables, I can have dining till 11. Which, most restaurants, out here on the weekends go to 11, and they don't always go to 11 during the week. We're going to say that, and I know that we've had some issues with this to date, as far as restaurants with liquor licenses, or maybe bars with liquor licenses serving alcohol, that alcohol has to be served with a food order. And that doesn't mean crackers, right?
And remain on premises.
It doesn't say that.
Well, I'm just saying we should maybe state that. And I guess also we need a little further clarification. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about closing out that previous relaxation of liquor to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now that restaurants are opening, we're hoping that the governor will, sunset that provision, because it really is no longer necessary. But if we can be more restrictive in that, with that regard, then I would suggest that maybe we don't allow liquor to go.
Well, they could. Well, I guess it's tough though to go. So I go to I have a restaurant, and somebody comes in and picks up 2 burgers and 2 pints of beer, but the pints have lids on them, and they're literally taking them home. That's to go, right? That's takeout. Yeah. So we're allowing, or I'm going to get a quart of margaritas when I pick up my food to go.
You go, Kathy, you go.
is different, so I think you have to be careful about remaining on premises.
Well,
because
right.
there's 2 activities happening, right? You're eating on premises, but you're also taking out.
I concede. And I can see also, if you ordered a bottle of wine and you didn't want to finish it that night, that you can get it corked legally to go. So I concede the point.
I don't know if Mike, I know he's on, the chief is on, if he's got comments here. And then the other thing, so it also says that, here, nothing herein shall permit outdoor bars. So what's happening is the restaurant is using their indoor bar. It literally serves, it's a service bar.
Right.
Yeah, and
People are not going to the bar. It's only, the only time people are really going into the restaurant is if they need to use the restroom.
Yes.
Right. So the SLA does not permit the expansion of those alcohol serving stations, aka bars, as part of the outdoor dining. They have to use their existing permitted locations. So as you say, that would mean unless you already had one, you couldn't put up a new outdoor bar.
And then when we get to B, on the bottom of the page, written authorization by adjacent property owner to use property for additional outdoor dining. That's only, so I own a bar. I have a lease with the property owner. I'm using part of the town's it says right of way or adjacent property. So does this adjacent property mean, so I've got a clothing store next to my bar or restaurant, and I want to encroach, I want to use part of their property to have my tables, and then I need to get their consent? Or
yes.
So only if I'm encroaching on the business next to mine.
If it was in front of the business next to you, even though it's right of way by some municipal entity, you would have to have them okay it.
So I think that needs clarification. Because if I have a retail store next to me, I've got a surf shop next to me, but I'm not encroaching, I'm not I'm using the town's right of way just in front of my storefront,
That's correct.
then I don't need their permission?
That's correct.
So I think that needs to be spelled out.
Yeah, you need the municipal entity's permission, but you don't need the
So
adjacent.
the only
property.
time I need the adjacent property person's owners, and it's the property owner's permission or the
So you need both.
business owner's permission?
Well,
Whose permission do I need?
If for SLA requires that you have whoever has control over that property in order to expand your service area, that you have to have show that you have authorization. So it may be if the tenant has been given from their property owner the right to assign that, then it may be them, but we will have to look at each of those documents to make sure that whoever is giving permission has the authority to give that permission. In some cases, it may be both the tenant and the property owner.
So if I have a surf shop next door and my lease, we'd look at the lease to see if it grants rights to a certain point, and if it did, and they wanted to put seating there, it would be the tenant that would be required. Otherwise, it might be the owner of the building.
Yes.
This is, that's going to slow people down.
It may, but they have to do that in order to comply with the state in order to be able to serve alcohol. So, these are things that we can't waive or we can't change because it's required in order for us to approve their license.
So if you get the consent, you could expand your restaurant outdoor seating onto adjacent properties. Basically.
That's correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Further spreading people out. That's the basic goal here.
Yeah, or getting more people together. One or the other.
Well, not if they're doing.
It's kind of a fine line because we know the people are here and they're probably going to be more people coming as they do every summer. So we can't stem the flow of people to the area, but we certainly can have some impact on how we spread them out and regulate the flow. And we can get into that a little bit further.
You're allowing more dining is what it is. You're putting more people.
No, we're just allowing the existing dining to occur in a more safe way. I mean, if you can't exceed what your occupancy indoors would be.
Right.
So it's not, you're not really creating more dining, more capacity. You're just putting it, again, spreading it out outdoors in a safer way. That's the intention here.
So those are my comments, and just, I'm sure, Sylvia, your office is getting calls too, but David's in my office have already, heard from business owners, asking where they can find the application. So,
well, as soon as we okay it.
Yeah, and again, this got fast tracked. I think it's important for people to understand that while we've been trying to develop these guidelines all along, then all of a sudden, we find out that within a couple of days, restaurants are going to be allowed to dine outdoors, provided they follow the protocols. So we basically have the protocols figured out, but again, you can see the nuance and the other ramifications, implications in trying to put this in place, the questions that we discussed about ownership and expansion in front of other properties and whatnot. These are all things that weren't really considered in the guidance from the governor's office. So these are the things, this is where we need to really make this our own and adapt it.
Can I jump in for a second, Josh?
Absolutely, Chief.
So a couple points of concern and clarity as we walk through this. One is we have some concerns with the popularity of the takeout food as it's become quite popular now. Some of these restaurants are going to have reduced capacity seating and still continue their takeout business. So we move some tables outside and in front and near the entrances to some of these restaurants, and we have the takeout business going at the same time. A little concerned how we go about managing the social distancing aspect of that, ensuring that there's safe space between the tables and between those patrons waiting for to-go orders. Could cause a lot of congestion in certain areas. Second, along with that would be the lack of clarity from the SLA and the executive order as to whether or not on-premise, off-premise sales of to-go alcohol are included in this. If people are standing around waiting for to-go orders and are allowed to consume, and they're in the public right of way, or they're out, on a side of the building and they're not inside, we have a lot of mixing and mingling going on in the streets. And we're a little bit concerned about how to manage that and what the impact of that will be on crowds moving forward. The last point is, I do believe there is a section that allows a point of sale to be moved outside to facilitate the use of the outdoor seating. And I think they can move their bar procedures and set up a temporary makeshift bar to service those outdoor seating areas. And where that will be based on, if someone's using right of way or a parking lot, we could have some bars basically set up on the streets, which we have to be very conscious of how that works. And along with that, the executive order itself actually says that bars themselves, not just restaurants, are allowed to open, given it with outdoor seating and outdoor, the occupancy issues. How we go about managing social distancing and how we go about looking at the occupancy of a quote unquote bar, because there are several bars in town that are not restaurants that can serve under this guideline. So it's going to be very interesting to see how we go about allowing for that and how we manage that. So I just want to make those points pretty clear for discussion as we move forward.
Yeah, the one point that I just wanted to talk about is that, I don't believe that the licensees are permitted to move points of sale onto municipal property.
Okay.
That clarification.
Good.
I'm just reading back through this guidance.
Okay.
You're correct, Peter. You can move a point of sale.
Adding an extra point of sale more than currently licensed is not permitted. But where that point of sale is, Nancy Lynn, I'm not sure that's actually designated.
On the property, if it's on your own property, you can change your diagram and move your point of sale, and you can move your bar. If it's on municipal property, then you can't add a point of sale on municipal property. You can't add a bar, and there's no standing at any bars. They all have to be seating. There is no standing at a bar allowed under any of these provisions.
But is it true? It sounds
Actually,
like Mike's
the
point
state actually
is
says in
well
the purpose
taken.
that
Hold on, David,
beverage must be occur at tables or bar tops. So is that a standing high top table?
Yeah.
I think
That's
it's
how I read it.
So Jeff, you had a comment?
I was going to say it sounded like Mike's point was still well taken, because there is going to be possibility of having a bar outside on the restaurant's property, in addition to takeout and in addition to seating. So,
and again, that was the concern I alluded to earlier with having that alcohol to go, removed once outdoor seating has now been approved. That I would have hoped that they would sunset that alcohol to go provision if those businesses are allowed to have on-site consumption. And I understand that the chief's concern, in a normal year, open container is something that we enforce against within our downtown areas and elsewhere in public. It's not allowed. And while people are allowed to buy the beverage and go, it makes it more difficult on the chief and his officers to be enforcing if there's a lot more of this alcohol to go. People grab it at a location, then start walking off somewhere. They're not supposed to be consuming that on the public streets. And again, I think that'll be an additional challenge that I think we've already started to see a little bit.
Well, social distancing is going to be a challenge too, and I think that's what the chief is concerned about.
Yeah, and the distancing, again, the enforcement of having the tables properly spread out, having a queue area for takeout that's separate from the dining area. These are things that the businesses, are required to do, and we'll have to be monitoring that. No
And
doubt.
we've seen trouble just with takeout. We've had, the chief has told us about situations where.
Well, there were a couple
Our own
instances where initially the business didn't have the people in the queue spaced out. And then there's also the issue of, if you have 6 people in the same family all bunched up together waiting in line, it looks like social distancing is not occurring when in fact you have people in the same household, they're living together, they're in a tight group, but others are spaced out from them. So
Yeah, but if you've got diners waiting to dine, and you've got people waiting to pick up to-go orders, and you've got people who can get alcohol to go, that's a pretty heterogeneous mix there that I could see becoming a problem. And it suggests to me that maybe cutting the numbers back a little would make it easier.
So
I don't want to belabor it, but.
So the alcohol to go means it has to leave the premises, you do too, and get in your car and go someplace. It doesn't mean you're allowed to now walk the streets and consume it. So you have to be in the, seated at the restaurant, or seated at the outdoor, seated at a, what if it's a high top, you can't be walking around with it. And I think I understood the chief to say, if you're getting takeout, you're concerned that they're getting their drink ahead of while they're waiting for their takeout, and so they're consuming it while they're waiting for the takeout.
Absolutely.
Well, they're not allowed to consume
allowed
it
to do
unless
that.
there's you're not allowed to consume it, and the high tops are not allowed unless there's seats at the high tops.
Right.
You may not stand at a high top and consume. It is very clear in SLA's language that you have to be seated to consume food or alcohol under these expanded SLA licenses.
Well, we should certainly highlight what the expectation is here in the application, and put it in bold if you want, and address those specific issues. And the business owners, will only be able to operate, will only be able to continue to operate if they follow those rules and guidelines. And it's going to be incumbent upon them to follow those rules. And if they don't, then we can pull the permit.
So Nancy Lynn, can you write the section up about what's expected when serving alcohol? Okay. And it would then become part of this application. So it's all in one place. Mm-hmm. And we're also looking for the correct links to the SLA.
I sent those to Joanne yesterday, so we have those.
Okay, good. Because we wanted to make sure that it's, as Peter was saying, it's one-stop shop. Except for the tent. If they get a tent, that's going to be a different application. But
well, I think you should include it on this application, so it's in the same place, and they can choose whether or not they're going to apply for one.
Can we
on the same application?
Well, the application's on the website, so
I would combine that component on this so that again, one stop. They're not going to know necessarily that it's on the website. I
have talked to a couple of restaurants that when they were considering, or if they're thinking about a tent, part of their concern was how expensive a tent is, and to do a daily rental on a tent is probably prohibitive for some of the restaurants. So
I would leave it to them to decide.
No, I understand. Right.
That's going to be part of the business model, deciding whether or not they purchase a tent for the season, or they rent a tent, or if they go without a tent. But I just would leave that as their option. And again, if we can centralize all the necessary information and procedures in one location as concisely and efficiently as possible, I think that leads to people's better understanding and avoids confusion. At this time, I think avoiding confusion would be very welcome.
Right. Well,
as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, the word clarity has been used so many times that it's sometimes
clarity and guidance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are two phrases that I could take a break from, but
yeah. And I do want the businesses to know we're trying to be helpful here. We're trying to work through this so that the business and employees can be safe, and those that patronize the businesses can be safe as well. I mean, this is, we're trying to be holistic with everything that we're working on.
We really have to try and be all in this together. So, and I think really making clear what our expectations are about how this operates and that it doesn't create additional problems, either with public health concerns or some of the other concerns that we have had, during the season, if you will. That's something we have expectations that this will enable the general public and our businesses to enjoy some semblance of normalcy. But we also don't want it to negatively impact our public health or quality of life, frankly.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I understand the chief's concerns, and I think we should make it really clear and tie that directly to, compliance to whether or not you are able to operate.
Yeah.
And if a business can't manage that, then you either cut back their occupancy or you simply pull the permit. I think that has to be really clearly stated.
Okay.
We're making an exception to the rules here, and it's being done on a temporary basis under extreme circumstances, frankly. But I don't think we should be sacrificing the quality of life for public health, and we need to make that widely known.
Yep.
So is there any other further discussion on that? We've talked about some changes put together. I would ask that you try to get those changes back to us, if possible, before end of business today. I know that's cutting it short, but I would like to be able to roll this out tomorrow so that people can begin applying. And I
Peter, the next step, as far as we can include in here in this application process, the one-page application that SLA requires to be filled out if we're going to do a municipal expansion. But we will not actually be able to submit that within a day or so. We'll have to collect anyone who's interested.
Yeah, I understand.
But I think we can include that in the paperwork, and they can fill that out if they wish, and we can deal with that as those come in.
Right, and I don't recall if I saw the link, but we should also have a link to the county application registry with the health department. That should be included on the application as well. That's just it's a simple filing, but it is one of the requirements, and we should again try to put that all in one place. Any other questions or concerns or comments about this? Okay, very good. Thank you for all your hard work, Sylvia and the committee, and Nancy Lynn and the rest, the board members, for very constructive dialogue.
And Joanne Powell, she was very helpful in getting this done too.
Great. So thanks to all. Jason, do we have any callers waiting on the line?
We currently have no callers on the. No. I'm still here. I'm still here.
I'm only kidding.
No,
the man behind the curtain.
No, we currently have no callers on the line, but the lines are open.
Okay, very good. So if anybody does call in, we'll try to take you as soon as possible. At this point, I'd like to move on to our last topic for today's discussion. It relates to the previous topic of outdoor dining to some degree, but it also relates to some long-standing discussion about the Hamlet studies and downtown planning. And for some reason, even though I have it up here on my computer, I can't seem to load. Try refreshing. There we go. It went to sleep. I had to refresh it. So just as a matter of introduction, we have been discussing about, as part of this whole response to COVID, some potential circulation changes. Some of this was actually discussed beginning back in 2016 as part of the Hamlet studies, and the parking and traffic circulation study was done by L.K. McLean back in 2016. There are a couple of intersections that I know over time the chief has approached us about making some circulation changes in order to improve circulation and safety. One of the ongoing issues, particularly in downtown Montauk, is the interaction between vehicles and pedestrians and bicycles. As you're all well aware, we have a lot of people that come and visit us in the summertime, and there's a lot of activity, particularly in the downtown areas. And certainly in downtown Montauk, you have over 200 2,000 hospitality rooms available. In addition, in immediate proximity to the beach and the downtown, more businesses are located in downtown Montauk than anywhere else in the town by a significant margin. And this whole downtown street plan was designed initially for one-way streets, although it's never been implemented. And in an effort to try to allow for more space for pedestrians and bicycles to exist, especially during this time of COVID, we thought it was appropriate to discuss and possibly implement some changes to circulation and parking, and just to give everyone more space to walk around. That included designating some streets as one-way streets. And the advantage to having one-way streets is that it increases the space in which pedestrians and bicycles can move, as well as increase parking, and helps with flow. So I'm going to put up a map about some of the proposed changes for discussion. The other component was that there's discussion on a temporary basis and perhaps one day a week or more, depending on what the board and the public feel about this, closure of downtown Main Street in a certain segment. It's been discussed that the most appropriate day to try as a trial pilot period would be Thursday, given that there's already a farmer's market on the green on that particular day. But I'll pull up this map so that you can see what's been discussed. Bear with me because it's not on the GIS. It's just a plot plan, so I will need to figure out how to zoom in here. That's a little too much. So essentially, you can see the directional markers.
It's not up, Peter.
It's not okay. Let me hit share. Just give me a second here. Okay, can you see it now?
Yep. It is up.
Can you see my cursor moving around?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So this is one of the intersections that's always been problematic, and I know I've heard from our chief of police, Mike Sarlo, and I think I've heard from Eddie Ecker when he was chief of police. This is a really tricky intersection. It's currently two-way traffic coming into a 5-point intersection. You can remember the village had their 5-point intersection, which they turned into a traffic circle. But what we're looking at doing here is to basically, where you see these red lines with directional arrows, this is South Elmwood. As you enter downtown Montauk, this road would become designated as a one-way street and would continue down to Edison, and one-way street around basically this whole trapezoid across and then back down, with a temporary closure occurring on one day a week or perhaps possibly more. We're going to talk about doing it as a trial pilot kind of study to see how it works out. But to close off Main Street, similar to what happens during parades and fairs such as the Lions Club Fair that occurs in August. And that would keep the traffic from going through on Montauk Highway Eastbound traffic would take this route and continue east or continue around or further north. Southbound would continue around this way. The access to the interior portions of the circle would still be allowed. This area here at, I guess that's Edgemere, entering the circle would be closed off, and access would be over in this little cut-through side road. It would be isolated from Main Street with barricades, but all of the parking and access to the businesses would occur within the outer ring of the circle. Similarly, here on South Edgemere, northerly to the circle, the interior ring of parking would be eliminated, and exterior outer ring would continue with full parking. This allows more space for backing out and whatnot. And so all of the streets, street-facing businesses would have much more room for pedestrians to spread out. There is a potential to allow some outdoor dining when the road's closed, or perhaps in some cases on the sidewalk right of way going forward when the road is open, but that's open for further discussion. Again, this would be one way. These two stop signs on South Elmwood would be removed. So this would be through traffic and wouldn't impede the flow and backup traffic during those closures. The idea would be that we would adopt these one-way streets throughout the period. You don't want to be switching back and forth between directional flow other than this street closure, which might be temporary. And again, this would allow for better circulation around the whole downtown area, would still allow people to get close access to various businesses and parking, but eliminate, again, the through traffic on 27. Make this a much more walkable hamlet, much more pedestrian friendly and bicycle friendly location. Certainly on those days, especially when the highway was closed down. Obviously, there are a lot of questions to be discussed, but this is the plan that was developed in conjunction with the Business Recovery Advisory Group. The chief and I have had discussions about this plan, and I think it warrants further discussion, certainly from the town board. A number of businesses have been discussing this, as well as members of the committee have had direct outreach to other entities, businesses, and members of the public within downtown Montauk. Again, this is very preliminary and proposed on a temporary basis, but I think in light of what we're facing this summer, having a way that people could have more room to spread out, and actually, I think it might turn out as a silver lining that people find that having a more walkable downtown has a lot of advantages to all of us, even post-COVID, but we'll have an opportunity now to try this out. So I'd like to open it up for discussion. And I know we have with us as well some members of the Business Recovery Committee. We have Leo Doubt from Dount's Albatross Motel. He would be an affected business owner. So I think it's important to hear from him, but I think we also have, do we have Tom Flight as well with us?
Tom Flight is on the call. I am asking him to start video.
Yep, I'm on the call. Yep, sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, it's nice that you guys could join us. But I wanted to open up for discussion, and maybe, you know, members of the Business Recovery Committee could want to add just a few thoughts or comments about what we're looking to do and why. I kind of roughed out the overall picture, but certainly would like to hear your comments. I'm sure the other board members would as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think we have Paul on the call as well, so all three of us are here. What we looked at in the committee was just ways to reduce congestion as much as possible and support the businesses along the main street as much as possible. And we thought that this was a good opportunity on a temporary basis to just try to improve traffic circulation and reduce like Peter was talking about, just pedestrian congestion as much as possible.
Thank you, Leo. Do board members have any comments or questions? We also have the chief here on the line. You know, I know, Chief, we've talked about these potential changes, and I know probably no one knows better than you, and, you know, along with some of the other business owners who are down there every day, the various challenges with pedestrian vehicle interactions and flow.
Sure. You know, this is something we've obviously spoken about for quite some time. I think the way the original layout of downtown Montauk was created, it really lends itself to a couple of one-way streets, which would allow for much more friendly pedestrian flow. And longer term, past this initial attempt at this, you know, a lot of one-way streets in certain areas allow for angled in parking along with the one-way, which actually can increase the number of parking spaces on those roads while also creating better and safer lines of sight. So there's a lot of positives to creating a better traffic flow with some one-way streets. You know, a few of these roads would obviously need to be evaluated as far as the north-south flow and the access to certain businesses to ensure that, you know, if someone was coming from one direction, you know, how cumbersome it would be to get around to access one of those businesses. So obviously a continuous evaluation of that and input from some of those business owners is important as well. I think as we move into the summer months and we get busier this year, to try this would be very positive because of it would allow people to spread out a little bit more, have not quite so many crowded and congested sidewalk areas, and it allows us that opportunity to see if we expand onto the sidewalks a little bit more into the access ways and decide to close down 27, just creates a safe open air, easy access and much better flow for people accessing those restaurants and businesses. So, you know, I love these ideas long term as far as trying to enact them for the summer. I think they have a lot of positive impacts on what we're going to be handling with outdoor dining and access to businesses and things like that for the summer. There is some reduced parking when you start closing some roads. You know, I think the Business Recovery Committee and the people in Montauk have probably looked at this, and it's probably a trade-off considering there's probably going to be less people here than there normally would be. And I think some of the municipal lots after 5 p.m. don't get as much use as they do during regular business hours. So I think as long as people know where those lots are and how to access them, there's still plenty of access to those.
Sorry, Jack, was that for me?
Hello.
Tom, can you mute?
Yeah.
So, you know, basically, I think we're in support of this. We have a couple concerns about, you know, the volume of traffic down along South Elmwood, eastbound, and, you know, really trying to work together to make sure we reduce speed through there, but also don't back traffic up and make sure that there's some safe areas for pedestrians to cross, and our personnel available to patrol those areas once they're closed down. We would obviously try to use some bike patrol officers, but, you know, we don't have an infinite amount of those based on their shifts and schedules, and the staffing available to be able to put the plan into place on a daily basis to move some of the barriers and barricades and signage and things like that. So, you know, there's a couple of points in here where we worry about left turns and we worry about the speed of vehicles. We have to figure out some traffic calming solutions to that. But overall, we support the basic idea of trying this out for the summer.
Chief, I share the concern about making sure that South Elmwood is the eastbound traffic doesn't get overwhelmed. And that's why I think it is important that we try this on a trial basis at first, on those just once a week on that Thursday. Right. This way we can really see what the effect on South Elmwood is. That's where our business is, and we would hate for it to get backed up or to create an unsafe environment for pedestrians.
Sure, absolutely. And, you know, I think the plan all along, and I believe, Peter, we're still looking at keeping South Emerson multi-directional. So, you know, I think people we'll try to use both of those roads to go through. So it should alleviate some of that. But, you know, especially if we throw that barrier up on the eastbound lane on 27 temporarily, people will automatically dump right onto South Emerson who are not prepared for it or aware of it. So there's going to be an immediate uptick on those days that we do that. We have to be really careful with that.
Yeah. So you're talking about the eastbound lane at, yeah.
Correct.
So on the 1 day a week that we're talking about to start, yeah, all traffic's going to be dumping down here.
Yep.
Either on Elmwood or down to.
Could we make Emerson one-way west?
You know, we looked at that, David, but I think, you know, there was concern about making it one way.
Yeah.
For a couple of reasons. I mean, you're basically forcing everybody from the IGA to try and come out here. If anybody's making a left turn, this is a challenging left turn going westbound. So having it bi-directional means that people have an opportunity to, you know, come in back on the 27 at a location that's easier access.
Well, what about just from Essex to Embassy? One way west, so they can still navigate Embassy north if they needed to go. To get east.
From Essex, which is over here, Essex.
Yep.
To Embassy.
Yeah, just one way west only. So there's a lot of pedestrian traffic down there, and that's where the 3 beach or the 4 beach access points are there, and some of the major ones that are used.
Yeah, I think, you know, part of the thought process is to try and have it somewhat limited in terms of the immediate changes, rather than try and assess all the impacts. I think to have, you know, just this outer circle of one way basically at this point is a pretty significant change, and, you know, people will end up, you know, trying to adjust to that and learn. And I think we want to see what the actual impacts of just this one change would be first before we, you know, throw in a lot of other things into the mix. Allowing people to have as many different outlets two-way is still important during the trial period.
Also being able to have South Emerson as another eastbound lane to take some of the pressure off South Elmwood. So originally we were thinking about making South Emerson one way, David, but and it would help a lot with pedestrian and bicycle access, but that would mean that all eastbound traffic that came to Montauk would have to go down South Elmwood. So right now there's 3 ways that you can come down into downtown Montauk. So that would limit it from 3 to 1. So we feel like that would really make South Elmwood almost untenable.
And just for open transparency, just as Leo's business is, my family's business also is on South Elmwood. So I appreciate those considerations. I think this diversion is something we always have to look at right now, if it's going to be Second House Road or others, and we can adapt to something. The only other thought I had on this, which is a concept that I support and look forward to entertaining, is that should we designate areas for ride share and like taxi pickups also? So what we try to do is, in Montauk, have ride shares and taxis have picked up over the last couple of years. Do we designate one location or multiple locations for those pickups instead of trying to, you know, bring those cars or those vehicular traffic into this area? Can we designate those areas? Would that something that would be advisable?
Well, that, you know, having the transportation is a consideration, and I'll just mention, since that's kind of a good segue, is that with the one-way direction here on South Euclid going west, that the jitney stop is usually eastbound in this location where the cursor is. And we've looked at moving the jitney over here, which is on Edison, just north of 27. I think that's where Aaron Speed is, but you have the public parking lots here as well. And that's still really close to downtown. So we think that was probably the best alternate location with the direction change. But again, you know, trying to consider and accommodate things like that are important. You know, we've talked about having the area near the train station become more of a transportation area, and had talked about trying to get a taxi queue or ride share location there.
David, to your point, where we're talking about putting the jitney, there's a new parking lot there that would be a great spot for taxis for that to become the pickups and drop off spot for them. It's adjacent to the jitney, so jitney passengers getting off, they would have taxis there. You're also right next to the CBD. So I think designating that as a tax area is a smart move.
And maybe if we could find one on the west side of town, it might work well also, when the parking lot's behind Plaza Sports or such. And the only thing with Plaza Sports is that I believe that parking lot has, there is a parking limitations to that parking lot, maybe for parking permits. I don't know if we're going to relax those, but that limitation in that parking lot, that is something for us to look into also.
Yeah, and again, I think it's important that we have better signage for where the public lots are as well, because currently I don't know that there's a lot of signage directing people towards the public lots, but that's another consideration.
I also just wanted to comment as well that the temporary no parking that we've enacted down along South Emerson, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback on that thus far. And it seems to make for a much better lines of sight and pedestrian access along South Emerson as well. So those are something I encourage everyone to take a look at that and see how that's working right now, and also evaluate that for a longer term solution to help encourage the use of Kirk Park for longer term day parking from the beach, as well as using the municipal lots for the businesses instead of just parking on some of those road shoulders, which have made that area, quite dangerous and difficult to navigate over the years.
Yeah, again, I think all of these moves will help improve the flow and safety of both vehicles and pedestrians, bicycles, and has the potential to create a calmer downtown in terms of congestion and traffic. Having, a major highway run right through the middle of what could otherwise be a really lovely walkable downtown is something that occurs all over, just the way we evolved as little small hamlets that were connected with a single road. Pretty much without exception, the main highway goes through our downtowns, and that's not really lending itself, frankly, to improve quality of life. I think this would be a really good opportunity to give this a trial basis pilot run and see. First of all, the major purpose of doing this is to allow people more space to spread out in a COVID period of time now. And, there are also some ancillary benefits for sure in terms of parking as well.
So can I ask what the execution looks like?
Well, I think stage one would be to implement the one-way around the perimeter here. That obviously is going to require a lot of signage and some temporary barriers probably as well with signage on them, so people understand that they're one way and they can't turn left onto Elmwood as they go south on various streets, or turn right onto South Euclid as they go north off of these streets. So that would certainly be phase one. And then once that's, I think, better understood and evaluated, then moving forward with a temporary closure. And again, we'd obviously have to get permission from the state to do so. We'd have to have a plan submitted to them, but to close off the highway between these 2 points on, I think, most of the committee members agreed Thursday would be the best day to start if we're doing a single day, because that's the day that the farmers market occurs down here on the green. And that has its own issues with, pedestrian traffic back and forth as well. So it seemed like a good opportunity to try that out. In conjunction with that, there are some restaurants that could potentially move out into the public right of way on those particular days. Again, as a pilot temporary project, provided the town board agrees and the public feels that they can give this a whirl.
So where I'm not clear is the one way, I understand that the closure of 27 is, the test pilot is on Thursdays. Is the one way on Thursdays too, or is the one way something that we're looking to put into effect for the season as a test?
So the one-way streets, you can't really be changing street directions back and forth on a daily basis. It's too dangerous. What you want to do is you want for people to understand that there's a change and that it's a longer term change. It'd be the same as if you had a four-way stop. You wouldn't want to be doing a four-way stop on alternate days. You can see how dangerous that could become. Or a four-way stop, 1 week and then not the next week and then the following week. So the discussion and I'll let the chief weigh in on this as well, because he's the one who has the greatest amount of experience with traffic and safety of anyone here. That a one-way, would be a more permanent, at least through the season. And if it turns out it doesn't work, then you abandon it and go back to something else.
True. Yep.
So what would we tell community members? Is there a tentative start date that we're looking for and an end date where, that's considered for at least the one-way portion, the test pilot period?
Ideally, I think we would want to try and start it as soon as possible, because the earlier in the season we implement the changes, I think the better. And, that might include having, right now there's a DOT sign that down on the Naphtine stretch, you could have, the lighted sign stating that, new one-way traffic patterns ahead or whatever, something of that nature, informing the public as they approach Montauk. And, again, I think there's been a fair amount of initial outreach to the various business owners within the downtown. We're going to have to, I think, inform the general public. Certainly the Montauk CAC, we can circulate the plan and have discussion about that. I think that's really important. The general public hear about it as well. And again, this is temporary, and it requires that people be willing to entertain a little bit of change on a short-term basis. We certainly have been forced to entertain more than a little bit of change on a not so temporary basis due to the pandemic, and in some ways, I think this is actually a great time to try this out.
So Peter, is the road closure, I assume that is also going to be sort of temporarily permanent, the 27 right through the center?
Yeah, the idea is to close this section of 27 right here 1 day a week as a temporary pilot, just to understand how that works, whether or not the public really thinks it's a good idea or not. Again, we decided that we should probably try and limit it to just a single day.
Right. Okay.
So it's going to be open 6 days a week, and then that 1 day a week we'll shut it down, and everybody has to divert around.
That was my question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially it.
So the one-way stuff, you want to keep the one way so people get used to it, but
yes.
Okay.
But the closure of Main Street, that's going to be a very limited 1 day to start with, and if it starts working well and we get good feedback, then we may look to expand that.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, can I just jump in there?
Absolutely.
As you evaluate that, and as you work with the committee and the business owners and try to evaluate whether that works, I think we all kind of should get on the same page with the fact that this is strictly while we're using the outdoor seating for COVID, not for any longer term than that for the road closure. The one way is something we need to consider for longer term, but it's to facilitate the use of this on a temporary basis during COVID for the outdoor seating. So we're not looking to really bypass 27 in the long term, but we are looking at the potential for using the one-ways in the long term.
Right.
I think as you evaluate it as a pilot, you kind of want to make a decision within the first few weeks as to whether this is going to be a longer term summer solution, a couple nights a week or a couple days a week, or how you want to, use
Right.
that to facilitate the dining.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just necessarily for dining. It's also just to free up more space within what is a crowded downtown for retail as well, pedestrians walking about.
Right.
And if I could just inject here, following what the chief said, there is going to be a need for barricade signage. We might have to start building those immediately then too, if we want to implement them in 2 weeks. So, Chief, if there's a plan that we need to have Public Works start working on the sign shop, I'll help you out with that also. There also might be an added cost we know it might need to incur as far as the town board for that signage. But I think the one thing that we need here is appropriate signage to make sure this all goes appropriately.
Well, certainly signage is going to be an important thing if we decide to start implementing this. And, having barricades, to close down the road. I know we have a number of those. Whether or not we need any more, I guess we'll be.
We should be okay with barricades. I think we'll be fine with what we have on a temporary basis to facilitate, the traffic pattern flow. The signage is way more important at this point based on, everywhere you go to turn, it needs to say, do not enter
One way
only. You can't turn into those. And, that's the most important piece. And maybe, we'd have to work with Steve Lynch on some markings on the ground in some areas as well.
Right.
No left turn or one way, things like that in a few areas as well.
So, this is still in the conceptual stage, and, provided that, we decide to move forward, then we'll shift to implementation, which would entail a lot more detailed look at appropriate signage and where that's placed and getting all of that up prior to initiating that pattern change.
Can I ask a question? Where are we with the Hampton Hopper?
So the Hopper is not operating. The South Fork commuter connection, has been delayed, but also it's really unlikely the state funding is in place. I've spoken to Assemblyman Fred Thiel about that. At this point, I don't see us going forward with the Hopper this year.
Okay.
So that's unfortunate, but given the concerns over public transportation and people from unrelated households being in enclosed spaces together, I think this is appropriate to take a break from that this season.
And has consideration been given to what hours we would close 27 on Thursdays for this test period?
So there was discussion about from the morning hours and somewhere between 8 and 9 in order to put the barriers up, time to get the closure together, and then 10 or so at night, I think.
Will that take overtime? I mean, is there a cost, a financial impact too?
No, I'll let the chief answer that, but I don't think so initially, because basically all you're doing is setting up those barriers, and that can be done by buildings and grounds. I mean, we have people there on garbage routes and whatnot. You might expand some of the duties to buildings and grounds, but in terms of police presence, I'll let the chief address that. I think he's probably got coverage down there all the time anyway.
Yeah, I think between my traffic control officers who do put out a lot of the temporary signage and some of the barricades, and if we can work in conjunction with the Parks and Rec Department, Buildings and Grounds, we should be able to get some of this done without overtime. My concern as far as overtime is, how long we leave it up, when it needs to be broken down, that we make sure we we take it down that it's daylight or that it's safe when we're having people out there to do that. And the other is just, patrolling that area. We have to look at whether or not we need some overtime on bikes and things like that. But, for now, not a great impact on personnel. No.
Okay. And I would hope that we would work as far as what time we start it with the Montauk Chamber of Commerce, who is the sponsors the farmers market. So we can get the farmers in there to unload their goods. I mean, the market starts at 9, but my guess is farmers start showing up as early as 7.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure, for those vendors that need to pull in closer, the circle's still open. So they can go around the one way and enter the north circle here at this location. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. And in terms of overtime, as everyone's aware, we did not have the St. Patrick's Day Parade this year. And as a result, we did not have to expend a lot of the overtime for that. And, currently, I think we're probably a little bit in the plus column as a result. And I think if we kind of consider this as sort of, our answer to not having a parade, it's similar in terms of the closure time. And you think about how many resources we put in place to shut down the whole area and put out the garbage cans everywhere for the large crowds that come for the parade. This is probably pretty minor by comparison. So between buildings and grounds, what was saved there for not doing the parade and the police overtime, we're probably not going to see any real impact on the town budget as a result of doing this.
If I could just make one comment, and I know, Peter, I just want to bring this up while we're discussing it publicly. I think you mentioned the business committee had looked at this, though, was my only concern in this entire traffic pattern flow for the community itself, especially the year-round residents, is people's access to the post office.
Right.
And I think, some of the population are used to their normal routines and traffic patterns. And there will be some challenges, particularly with maybe some elderly drivers with figuring out exactly how to get from north or west of downtown and get to the post office. So that is one of the only concerns that I have, that I just want to make sure we have a plan in place to maybe do some outreach and help with that.
Right. We did talk about that in the committee level, trying to anticipate, any kind of potential issues like that. And as you said, coming down Edgemere from the north, if you're out by the docks or Cloden or somewhere over there, one of those areas that you reside, your normal route would be coming down South Edgemere. You get here, it's one way, the post office is in this location. So, that means that you'd have to go around potentially on those days when the highway is not shut down, which would do the 6 days, you can come up this way and around, make the circle loop, or you can get on Essex at some point further north. But being able to communicate that with the public and understand that they're going to be slightly inconvenienced in order to get to the post office, which anybody who knows Montauk knows that is a major place for social interaction and catching up with what's going on in town. It is really a central community hub. So, we looked at, would there be a way to connect through here? This is actually private property. It's not a roadway, even though it looks like one on this overlay map. So you're right, Chief. Getting that information out is important in this discussion. It's probably one of the biggest impediments to just everybody's normal routine out of this whole proposal. I think the potential benefits outweigh that, but I'm sure we're going to hear from folks that maybe aren't that psyched about having to go an extra several hundred feet in order to get to the post office.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some discussion about, people would be able to pull across into the parking lot potentially, because there is this entrance into the public lot and pull over to this location, walk across the street to the post office. Or if they pull in this way, they could exit and go through. So there is that option.
Yeah.
I know before this was proposed to be closed, that would be a little bit of a challenge, but I know people make that move now.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah.
Not ideal because you're obviously crossing a one-way street, but with this closed down, you don't have to deal with the traffic coming that way. So it's literally just, shooting across one lane of traffic coming at you.
Right.
To get in there. So if that's the case, maybe it's not so bad.
Right.
But
okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll just weigh in quickly and say that we've spent lots of time on this in the business recovery group, and it's been a lot of good work. And the chief has certainly given us some great input, and we are very much in favor of giving this a go. We would like to circulate it to chamber members and some of our other constituents to make sure that they don't have any significant comments that should be considered. But if the board is on board and the chief is on board, we would like to start submitting this to the public that we have access to, so that we can start getting some feedback and hopefully implement this pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure that the Montauk CAC, although they don't meet till July, which is too late, but they certainly could look at it now. And I think I'd like to be able to pass it around to the Montauk.
It'd be helpful to do that. And frankly, I'd be happy to do a Zoom meeting with members of the public and the committee members to help explain this, take questions, answer comments, because I think public outreach about it, hearing directly from the public as to what their concerns might be or whether or not they support it is really important. So, we could set something up, Sylvia, with the Montauk CAC.
Okay, great.
It's a lot easier, I think. In some ways, it's easier for people with a Zoom meeting than to try and attend the meeting in public.
Yep.
But I'm happy to work for further public outreach with the committee and the general public.
Right, and maybe the Montauk Library also, I'm sure they have a large following, email following that they could, offer an opportunity to do a Zoom with their members.
Absolutely. And, we can post this discussion as well. We can, I'm sure we can edit this section out of the overall meeting and take this segment in this discussion, and we can circulate that as well. So the public is aware of, what's been discussed, and we can hear from them.
I wanted to just add that I like the fact that we're approaching this incrementally and cautiously. I think it's a good approach, and it gives us a chance to really test it out. I like that very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Peter, just one more comment from me. If we move into this and it seems like it's working well, I would like everybody to consider down the road, possibly creating some bike paths on some of these one-ways so we can get some of the bikes off of Main Street, which is always a hazard. We've got room if we're going one way to put in some bike paths.
Yeah, agreed, Paul. And again, looking at this longer term in a more comprehensive way, provided this is working out, there's a lot of opportunities for adding a bike lane and some additional parking as well.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. I guess unless anyone has a further comment on this.
Just real quick, we did also bring this to the chief of the Montauk Fire Department. Tom Flight had to jump off this meeting for another meeting. But this was reviewed and accepted by the Montauk Fire Department as long as there was access of emergency vehicles, which we all agreed and think that that's should, of course, happen.
Right. And that discussion included during the downtown Main Street closure, that no tables or any such other things be placed within the central portion of that roadway. So if you needed to get an ambulance in or any other emergency vehicle, that there wouldn't be any obstacle to that.
Yep.
Mr. Supervisor, we have one caller on hold, by the way.
Great. Well, if there are no further comments from the board or committee members, I'd like to go to the caller.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Caller,
Hello?
caller, you are on the air. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. This is Villain Fund, a Montauk resident. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Just a comment. I was listening. Hi. I was listening to part of the meeting, and the part in which you were speaking of changing the Hampton Jitney stop, I think it should remain where it is for safety reasons, because it's the lighting is good and it's right next to the police station. And I just think when you come in late at night, it's just a safer venue for the Hampton Jitney. That's just my thought. And also, you were talking about doing something at the train station. Just be aware that when the trains come in, the entrance of the train station becomes a bottleneck. And it's very difficult to get in and out in that area as it is right now.
Yes, understood. And I was referring to that general area. You know, there's the large triangle down there by Tut Hill Road. I wasn't referring to the actual train station parking lot. I know that's a huge problem.
Oh, okay.
And you know, we've known that's of concern for a while, and just having vehicles go into that parking lot's really problematic when the train's arriving. But just to your point about the Jitney stop being relocated, the problem that we were facing with changing the direction of the street to only going westbound is that the Jitney would pull up and the door would be open on the street side if they stayed in the same parking space. It would have to go to the north side of the road, and it didn't really look like there was room to accommodate it on the north side with the businesses there. You have Fort Pond Native Plants is there, and we didn't really see space for it there.
Right. What about on the other side of Fort Pond Native Plants, where the park is and that parking lot area? That might and the Jitney actually waits there when it's waiting to pull up into the Jitney stop as it is now. That's just another thought.
I mean, we're certainly open to looking at, you know, alternative sites. That's just what we put out as a proposal for now. A further discussion, you know, certainly can be had about that. We really appreciate you letting us know what you think about it. And we're going to continue to try and have outreach to the public. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you. Well. And I had tuned in late. What did you decide about restaurants opening tomorrow for outside seating?
So the governor has decided that restaurants can open tomorrow with outdoor seating, and we've been discussing our process and the permitting of that because it would require suspending our current zoning laws on a temporary basis in order to allow it. So we've gone through the application. I think we've made final revisions to it. I'm hoping to have the draft finalized by end of business today and make it available for businesses to start applying tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your help, and thank you for everything you guys do. Stay safe.
Thank you, you too. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We have one more caller. Hello, caller. You're on the air.
Thank you.
Could you please identify yourself?
This is Chris Fund.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris. How are you?
Kind of funny the order this came in, huh? So my question is that I didn't really hear the beginning part of the meeting where you were talking about the Jitney relocation and everything, but I just wanted to say that this is something that I've felt is needed to be done for a very long time, to move that Jitney location. And the reason being is you have the town parking lot that has really become a Jitney parking lot. Anytime you go there at any point in the year, with the exception of the there you'll see that there are cars are just parked there for weeks at a time. and the businesses get no value at all from that that parking being utilized like that. It makes more sense to me for that parking to be down by the Kirk Park area, and that's an area where you have the turnout, or it's already built into there. You have plenty of ample parking that goes on there, and I don't know why we need to, in Montauk, supply a parking area for the Jitney where it's not really done any other place. And if there were to be, the parking were to be done for the Jitney to leave it in that spot, it would make more sense to be using that stuff that's nearby the tennis court for Jitney parking, because that's not used at all.
So you're talking about at the furthest north area where South Erie Avenue comes across by the soccer fields. I know that
yes,
my 4 years on the Montauk CAC, I can attest to many discussions about the Jitney stop and about it potentially being moved there and other locations. And one of the reasons that, well, there were two major reasons for why many people didn't want it in that location. One of them is that for the colder months, it is absolutely brutally cold with that cold wind whipping off of the pond there, and it's not well lit, and it's pretty remote from the rest of the downtown. So there was concern among some, and we just heard the last caller concerned about potential safety being dropped off late at night. They felt much more comfortable having it adjacent to the police substation. But I think having it in it's as central an area to the downtown in a well-lit spot certainly is supported by most. But that's what I heard over my years.
My objection really comes into the fact that it's that whole parking lot there is unusable for the rest of the businesses in town, right, which was originally what it was there for. So
the parking restrictions that I think we could address with the timed restrictions. But I know there's been a lot of discussion back and forth. We're looking at this as something that would probably be necessary to do just because with the directional change, the Jitney wouldn't be able to pick up and drop off without blocking the travel lane. I think it's possible that we can find a spot, north on South Euclid. Currently, the Jitney stop is right here. But if the bus is coming this way, obviously it's going to unload and pick up on the north side, on the right side of the vehicle, which would mean somewhere in this section to keep it in close proximity. But I understand their concerns about long-term parking. We see that in some of the other locations as well for Jitney stops.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that happens any other place in East Hampton where the Jitney.
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't know if that happens any other place. I don't know if that happens any other place in East Hampton where the Jitney is provided a parking lot like that.
Yeah, they do in Amagansett as well.
So there is an issue with long-term parking in Amagansett relative to the Jitney as well, and we've addressed that by changing the parking time restrictions and limiting that somewhat more.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, Chris, and be well. Do we have any other callers on the line, Jason?
We currently have no other callers on the line.
Okay. I'm going to stop the screen share for now. And
Peter, before I'm going to jump off, but I just wanted to leave you with a thought on this as a couple of discussions have gone on in reference to this staging and moving into this slowly. Something to consider as we move forward with this, if we're going to do it as a pilot program, is South Euclid and the way that is used with, as we discussed, the access to the post office and with being able to loop around the north side of the village and access some of these other points. I'm not 100% sure that that's necessary to be one way in order to make this facilitate properly. I get the idea of the flow coming in from the west to east, but I don't know that that roadway would necessarily need to be one way in order to help facilitate what we're doing with avoiding Main Street and making South Elmwood one way. So, you know, a grid is a nice thought, and I think it can work longer term, but on a temporary basis to get this up and running, I'm just not sure that we need to get rid of the two-direction traffic on that roadway. It's just a thought.
On this roadway.
Yeah.
And then what would you do here? Would this be also two-way or?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just a thought. I think you need to consider that. I think it would be less impact to the residents and how they use downtown. And it would still give us what we're looking for with avoiding Main Street and getting that more pedestrian. There's a lot more pedestrian flow. There's a lot more people on bikes, and there's a lot more parking on the south side of the village than there is on the north side through there. And I just think it's something to consider.
Okay, well, we certainly will consider that, especially since you suggested it. Yeah, I don't know that we had any discussion about just leaving that two-way. It would all seem to circle around making this kind of circular flow, but I understand your point. And we'll definitely take a harder look at that.
Okay. And if anyone from the business committee, when we do that next discussion, or if we talk with the CAC, if we want to bat that around a little bit more over the next few days as we try to make a decision.
Yeah, no, that'd be helpful. So what you're suggesting is that South Elmwood to Edison, one way.
Yep.
And then what about Edison north of? Would you leave that one way or two way? North.
Well, no, I'm basically just saying that the north side, the South Euclid, we just leave it alone.
Just South Euclid. So you'd leave the one-way direction on Edison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just a recommendation.
Yeah, no, I got it. I appreciate that. I can.
It allows access to those parking lots, which would give more walking access to Main Street. And I just think that flow of getting in and around, you know, if you're coming up by the docks, you can get around the village a little bit.
That makes sense. So you really you're not as limited in terms of back and forth.
Yeah.
North of.
You're not forcing anybody to go west to go back and go east.
I get that. I think I like that actually. I think that does work.
I concur with
like
that.
you say, there are not quite as many conflicts.
Correct.
North, that part north. So in fact, that probably reduces some concerns and conflicts. We don't have to touch the Jitney stop now. We don't have to deal with the post office.
Yep.
Yeah.
And additionally, it still cleans up a couple of these corners, and it still gives us you know, a better flow heading east.
Let me ask you about this section though, in terms of closure. How do you feel about that? Would that just, you'd leave this open here to the circle all the time, except for those closures that we would have for the Main Street?
We'd have to take a look at that. You know, I think you want people to be able to utilize that parking, correct?
Yeah, well, we have this other entrance over
I
here.
know.
So would you leave them both open except for when there's street closure of Main? Or would you consider?
You wouldn't want them both open if you were going to do that. I think you would just choose which one the committee thinks is the best to close, whether it's.
I mean, there's been discussion about closing this one for a while because it would allow for extra parking both in the circle and outside the circle.
Absolutely.
But if traffic flow works better here, which I guess it would with a one-way, but maybe it's not an issue two-way.
Doesn't really seem to be too much of an issue two-way, and you know, it gives. I just think as a group, we could kind of decide which one of those access points. We should probably only have one of them open, either
right.
one.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get your input on what you think is better.
Personally, if you're going to have, I think, you know, traffic that's coming southbound down Edgemere that wants to utilize the parking in the plaza would be better off going straight through.
Okay.
Although what you could do is make that, if that's closed, it eliminates a little bit of that back and forth through that intersection as people try to cross it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then you're gonna have cars making that left going westbound and then making another quick left into the a little cut through. So there's a benefit to both. I think we just kind of have to look at how it's used and which the committee thinks will work better for the citizens as they use it.
Yeah, but we probably shouldn't leave them both open. Is that your conclusion?
Probably not. I don't think leaving them both is good when it's two-way. I don't.
Right. It also would allow for quite a bit of extra parking long-term. I mean,
Absolutely. Well, that's been another one of those recommendations we've made.
That was, so that closing that section here has some definite benefits in terms of parking and traffic.
And it would clean things up a little. It's a little confusing sometimes when people are making the right-hand turn. You've got that extended stop line, and then you start and a car comes out of there. It's a tricky spot. It's an old Montauk spot. You know, we just have to be careful with it. That's all.
Okay, that's how you find out who's local and who's not, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Well, I appreciate those further comments. We'll definitely take a closer look at that. That seems like, I saw Paul nodding his head. He seemed to think that works, and
I think that's great.
it simplifies things and is a little bit more elegant situation there with the jitney stop and everything. Great.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chief. I appreciate you taking time out. It's a busy day, I know.
Take care.
And we'll now move on to liaison reports. Kathy, you have a liaison report for us?
So just starting with Human Services, as I always do, those that are in need of assistance should call Human Services at 631-329-6939. We still continue to prepare nourishing meals for our seniors. Presently, we're delivering to 290 clients, which is close to 1,450 meals each week. We have received calls to cancel some meals, as quite a few of our seniors believe it's safe to go out and shop now. In addition, while we're still contacting our clients weekly for those wellness checks that we've been doing all along, we have seen an increase in clients not being at home or returning our calls, stating that they're no longer in need of a weekly call. We're still offering free delivery of groceries and prescriptions and other essentials for seniors. We ask folks to order from local merchants who accept prepaid phone orders, and to avail seniors of this service, they should first call Human Services to receive a delivery window. For the last, I guess, month or so, we've talked about Suffolk County's 311 Rapid Response Program. Town board did a memorandum of understanding with the county, and just today Island Harvest delivered 50 boxes of groceries. We're storing them at the senior center, and those are for food insecure folks who are homebound. They call 311 and the county then contacts Human Services. We've put Diane Patrizio, the director, as the point person, and the town has 24 hours to deliver those groceries to homebound residents, and then we will then work to connect them to our local food pantries. Switching gears, I wanted to just talk about an update on the tax collection. I reached out to Len Bernard, and his response is that we're in pretty good shape. As of yesterday, we have collected 99.32% of our taxes that are due the town. So with that said, we are about $1.2 million short on the town portion of the collection. We are currently sitting at $178,700,000, and we need to collect a little over $179.9 million. Len believes that by the time all of the mail-in payments, which have to be posted no later than June 1st, have been received, we will still be just a little bit short, as everyone knows, and Carol can attest. The United States Postal Service has been slow.
Now you said June 1st, but I thought it was June 15th. Carol, you're muted. You're still muted.
It was June 1st was the deadline. It's usually May 31st, but because that fell on a weekend, June 1st was the deadline to pay to the town.
To pay to the town.
To pay to the
but
town.
then there's the waiver of penalties and interest.
That's to the county comptroller by June 20th.
June 20th. Okay. Great.
And if that's
So-
the weekend, it's
The
in
roll closes the 1st of June.
Yeah.
Only because May 31st, as Carol said, fell on a Sunday.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's May 31st.
But they're still able to pay their taxes up until June 20th without penalty and interest directly to the county.
It's either the 20th or the 21st. Let me look it up.
Okay. So that's why we haven't seen, I think, the full collection, and there are a number of people who may be waiting until penalty and interest is then going to be charged and then paid just before that. So I'm pretty confident, as well as Len, that we'll see a pretty pretty good number there.
Right. So on the high side, we're short 1.2 million, but Len believes that we'll be able to absorb that for the next several months as we wait for the county to pay us that money. And then the county will then have to collect the $7.7 million that they are, still owed.
Right.
So that's an update on the tax collection. Spring CAC, we normally meet the third Tuesday of the month, but for the month of June, we're going to be meeting on the fourth Tuesday. So our CAC meeting will be held June 23rd at 7 o'clock via Zoom, and Lauren will be sending out those invitations as our chair. Then I wanted to just touch base on special events. Jenny Landy called in, so we've already addressed film permits. So I wanted to speak about the permits that we typically give on our ocean beaches and our back bays for outdoor what the state is calling outdoor low risk recreational activities, such as surf lessons and stand-up paddleboard, kayak rentals, tours, whatnot. So the governor is allowing non-motorized boat use and rentals, such as rowboats, kayaks, and canoes. And while there's nothing in writing, it's been David reached out to Amy Keys, and we believe that this also extends, or we know that this also extends to surf lessons and stand-up paddleboard lessons and tours. And we have operators in the town that we've been providing those permits to, after review by the Special Events Committee. Just to refresh everyone's memory, if you get a special event for, say, surf lessons on one of our ocean beaches, that's a $3,500 permit fee, and it goes from beginning of May through October. And on the back bays, that for residents, the permit fee is $1,750. So what I wanted to do was to check in with everyone before we take these applications that we're starting to receive to the Special Events Committee. I just wanted to make sure that the board is still comfortable with issuing permits to these operators.
Right, so you have the low risk outdoor activity has been authorized under those protocols. Any of those permits, I feel, should be issued provided they are in alignment with that declaration.
So there's no written guidance, as far as safety protocols, so that each individual operator would be required to provide to the town, their safety protocols,
exactly.
health and safety protocols.
So I mean, the general, in that case, the general guidance applies that you maintain social distancing, you wear the face covering when you can't, that you sanitize any, surfaces that would be shared, or any equipment has to be sanitized in between. And, I think in that type of activity, if the board is being provided that, obviously that would have to be desanitized between participants using that equipment. But beyond that, there's very little, potential risk in that situation as designated by the public health officials and the governor's declaration.
And one of the operators that do surf lessons had sent us their health and safety protocols, which did go to, I did send to Dr. Polsky on Sunday, and he's already responded and had a few additional comments that will get included. But I just wanted to take everybody's temperature on
Yeah,
this.
and I think that should be submitted, at the time of review for issuance, that be demonstrated that they in fact have those protocols in place and understand them. And then we should have that reviewed by Dr. Polsky to make sure that it's in compliance.
I just wanted to add, I was in on the correspondence on this, and it is good that Dr. Polsky responded. The only difference between surf lessons and surfing is that in surf lessons there is somewhat close contact between the teacher and the students. Apparently, there's like two maximum of 2 students. So, I mean, to some extent, social distancing becomes difficult, when you're in the water, and Dr. Polsky actually mentioned that it would be a good idea to, when they're assisting surfers out into the surf, to do it from the rear of the board, not the side of the board. But there is a little bit more contact. And what I mentioned to Dr. Polsky in some correspondence was that previously, when we granted these permits and established the numbers, we were really concerned just about, not over commercializing the beaches, number one, and number two, not interfering to the extent where people couldn't feel that they were, on a public beach because of the businesses. So I think those are, there's more, obviously now there's another concern, which is the health and safety aspect, not only in the parking lot or gathering, but on the boards. And I think that is something we have to think about a little bit in issuing the permits.
And while we're on that topic, we also have Duck Creek, which is, outdoor park basically, but with gatherings of up to 10 being allowed with social distancing in place, protocols and whatnot. I know there's been some interest with Duck Creek, and so they've reached out and asked. And again, it seems like that activity, provided they submit an acceptable protocol for operation that's reviewed by Dr. Polsky and the board, I believe they could resume as well with some limited activities. Obviously, they're not having any large concerts at this point, or large gatherings or openings, but provided that they limit the activity to that which has been authorized under the governor's order, that I think they should be able to move forward.
Well, it's as we discussed earlier, right? There's no live entertainment, so they
not necessarily. Depends what they're actually planning on doing. My understanding was that they would like to be able to have people move through the barn for a gallery show or whatever, with limited attendance. Again, live music is not currently allowed, so they could potentially, I think, have musicians socially distanced that they put up on the internet or something like that. That was filmed out on the stage, provided they follow those protocols. That's allowed, but having people gather for live music is currently prohibited by the governor.
Right. They can have virtual concerts, but they cannot have live music.
But there's some other activities that they've proposed that wouldn't include music at this point. So
yeah, and I'm happy to reach out because I've been in contact with them. So then,
can I just step in on that one?
Sure.
So back to the low risk activities and the permits. It was one of the questions I asked this week of the Beaches Advisory Group, and it was unanimous that under guidance from the state, low risk activities should move forward for group sizes of 10 and under. And that group has everyone from the clerk of the trustees to Chief Sarlo, also to John Rooney on there, and Ed Michaels from Marine Patrol. So that was the consensus on that question to help answer that.
Great. So let me ask you, David, too, was there any discussion about caterers? I mean, now granted, you can only have up to 10 people, but we did have somebody reach out about having a catered event for less than 10 people on the beach.
That was split 50-50. And I think the majority are going to say that they would wait for guidance from the state that would allow more people to be able to have a catered event.
Okay.
I think that's cautious and appropriate.
More people to even give a permit for a catered event.
Right.
Also under special events, we've been working with the Montauk Farmers Market. We just approved their certificate of insurance. They just now need to get a tent permit from the fire marshal because we're fingers crossed they're going to open this Thursday. So switching gears to the reopening of town government, I mentioned last week, as did Peter, that we've put a committee together. It includes Chief Michael Sarlo, Chief Harbor Master Ed Michaels, Emergency Preparedness Coordinator Bruce Bates, Peter, and myself. We're going to be having the department heads coming in and making presentations on how to safely open their departments to their staff and to the public. And we've started at 9 o'clock Thursday morning. I believe we've got about 5 department heads per session. Peter, I had sent you last night the schedule that made the most sense on who we should group. Most of it's by building. If we could get that out to the department heads, that would be great. The other thing I wanted to mention was that Governor Cuomo issued an executive order yesterday that relates to local governments, and it might just be easier if I read it. The directive contained in Executive Order 202.4 as extended that required local governments to allow non-essential personnel to be able to work from home or take leave without charging accruals, and required such number of non-essential personnel to total no less than 50% of the total number of employees across the entire workforce of such local government or political subdivision, is hereby modified to apply only to local governments that have not met the prescribed public health and safety metrics to be eligible for Phase 2 reopening, provided such local governments in Phase 2 regions may bring non-essential employees back to work beginning 2 weeks after such region meets the metrics to reopen Phase 2. So considering Phase 2 starts tomorrow, June 10th,
24th.
We're looking at Wednesday, June 24th, to be bringing back our non-essential staff.
And to Councilman Bragman's point, we don't need to rush into that. We certainly will bring them back when each department is properly prepared for that. And that's been ongoing, as you're well aware, Kathy. I know with various physical barriers being placed up at public counters and whatnot. Particularly, I think for the clerk's office, the fact that we've suspended so many of the permitting activities to date, that there could be a large influx of people who will be looking for some of those permits when we decide to relax the issuance of them. So I would suggest that there are still ways in which we can accommodate the public, which in some cases might not mean bringing them into the town hall atrium, for instance, to queue up waiting for the clerk's office, because we know that Carol's office gets huge demand this time of year for permits, whether they're recycle permits, beach permits, what have you. So I think we'll continue to look at ways to separate the public out and still provide in-person services. That might mean adaptation of some of the existing town hall offices to be able to have walk-up windows. I know I suggested that that could be a possibility. I know David mentioned as well that the north building, some of those lower offices currently occupied, at least to some degree, by the council people, might actually work as walk-up windows, something we can consider.
Yeah, well, I think, Peter, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss that on Thursday. Carol's got, some ideas on how we can move that forward and not have to depend, because her office, to their credit, have been cranking out the number of permits. It's just like people for some reason are under the impression that they have to get a new resident beach permit now, and they don't. Their permit is good till the end of the year, and they'd be better served to wait till later, after the season.
We are asking that people who haven't renewed their recycle permits, though, and other town permits, clam licenses or whatnot, we've been asking that they do so by the 15th of June. So I know that's another reason Carol's been really busy. I went in the office there the last couple of times, and it looks like a major call center for, worldwide communications or something.
Yeah.
Everybody's on the phone. Everybody's working with the public, and I just ask that the public be patient and be respectful of our hardworking town employees as we try to get through this period. I know there's people are frustrated, but don't take it out on our town employees.
As we've been saying,
they've been working so hard for you. So show them some respect on that. Please.
Be kind,
Be
right?
kind.
But I know, part of some of the frustration has been with the Postal Service. The town clerk's office is turning them around very quickly when they get that, somebody drops their application in the Dropbox or sends an email to the clerk's office. And that's been a real issue. So that's what we're going to be discussing on Thursday, how to work around, having to use the post office.
Look forward to that discussion.
And lastly, as I always do, a plug for the 2020 census. Please, folks, if you're out there and you haven't responded to the census and you may not have gotten a postcard because you have a post office box, please go to my2020census.gov. It will take you less than 10 minutes to respond, and it's so critically important. Okay, the end. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that plug again for the census. Again, that's what voter districting is based on. That's what grant funding and other programs are based on. That's absolutely critical that we get everybody in town counted, because we should be getting our fair share of tax dollars in return and represented as well. So thanks for that plug again. David, you have a liaison report?
Yeah, I'll follow up on the census. We had ACAC met last night virtually for the first time in a couple of months. It was nice to see all the members of that committee. It was pretty much just a catch up of COVID-related materials as far as not just was Amagansett-centric, but also within the township. One of the largest discussion points on there was actually, since Amagansett only has PO boxes, that a lot of individuals are not getting their census forms. And so how can community members of Amagansett go out and get their census forms? That was discussed. They did create a subcommittee also to discuss about how Amagansett potentially can get at-home delivery, or how to better facilitate the mail service in Amagansett. Those are some of the discussion points that came out of the committee last night. As I mentioned earlier, just nice and quickly, the Beaches Advisory Committee reconvened through email yesterday. The beaches were attended. Everyone was very well behaved with social distancing in place. The layers of enforcement and also messaging through signage, different departments is working very, very well. There are larger numbers coming, but there are a lot of spaces. The majority of the space is still in large bathing parking lots. I will discuss and send around to the board some of the recommendations as far as opening up other bathing beaches coming up shortly. And I'll let you know that. But overall, everything's going well. We are experiencing some graffiti on some signage out there in Montauk in the Dish Plains area. I would hope those individuals would not do that, because it's your taxpayer dollar that's cost paid for those signs and for those signs to be cleaned. And there's others that actually need those signs to become aware of what the rules are then too.
Is that stickers, David, or paint?
That is, it's graffiti paint. It's happened twice now. Buildings and Grounds goes out and cleans it.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, I do have to say.
Don't tag the signs, please.
Sanitation, again, permits are available through the clerk's office. We'll need the sanitation. Again, it's a place that face coverings are required to use that facility. Please continue to do so. With that, that's all I have for my liaison report. I think most of it was covered already.
David, since you mentioned sanitation and signage, it reminded me that I'm not sure they have the sign up yet, reminding folks that they need to renew by the 15th. Maybe we could get a.
I actually went there this morning, and they have one up at the one. East Hampton.
All right, glad to hear that.
Yep. But I will confirm with the one in Montauk for you, Peter.
There wasn't one there when I went over the weekend, but
yep.
Glad to hear that. Thanks. Sylvia, do you have a liaison report?
I do. Just quickly, you know, we've been doing the business recovery group now, sometimes twice a week, if not more. So, and thank Peter for being on it, and Chief of Police for also coming to one to look at the maps of Montauk one-way streets and to help configure that with the committee. So we're through the application part. We'll get those corrections completed. And does the town board want to see the corrections before we put it up on a website?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt just to circulate the final version and let us have a quick look at it. But I ask the board members, please be responsive, because again, I'd love to be able to get that up first thing in the morning tomorrow, or by end of business today, at least have the corrections made to before it goes out.
Okay. The other thing we've been working on, well, that a group has been working on, is to we have a proposal out for a PR firm to help the town board look at better ways to communicate during COVID-related issues. We want to be able to communicate effectively with our residents, with businesses, with visitors. And so the due date was yesterday. We have 4 proposals, and we have a committee together now that's going to look at those proposals and score them by their criteria and then recommend to the town board, or they may have to go out and get more information. So those just came in yesterday, and the committee now has them in their hands. And so they'll be, you know, talking to us how, you know, what the next step is going to be.
Is there, do you have any idea timing wise? Would the recommendation be ready by Thursday, by the next meeting?
Yes, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next Tuesday.
I'm hoping to get a Zoom meeting with the whole group tomorrow at some time, and hopefully they will have been able to read all of them. Okay.
Great.
As you saw, the planning department has been working on the AHO. And so I really appreciate them taking the time out to make sure that that's moving forward. I've been working with the assessor's office. We had a Zoom meeting for the grievance day, which was just to see if it all worked and how it would work. So all of the Board of Assessment Review members were in the room. There's 3 of them. And then their people played the part of being someone who was grieving their 2021 taxes. And they really got into it and, you know, took them to task, even though they were employees of the town, taking the Board of Assessment Review to task about their assessments.
Making their case why they're
they did. So, and that seemed to work really well. I'm glad that they did it ahead of time, because it took, you know, it took a little bit of time to kind of work the kinks out.
Right.
This is a new process for them, and you know, so I think they have it ready to go on June the 16th. Just reminding everybody, and the times are up on our website. They're 10 to 2, and then again later in the afternoon, 6 to 8. That 2 o'clock time could be pushed a little later depending on how many people actually sign up. The East Hampton Arts Council also met, and they're moving forward with their Art Apart drive-by art show. And they want to thank the town board for supporting this activity. They are really enthusiastic about it and hoping to get at least 20 sites. Everything is up online for them so everybody has to sign up online. So they've got a website where they're signing everybody up online. And so they're hoping to get the 20, and we'll know in a couple or in a week what we've got, and I'll be able to share that with everyone. And the Energy Sustainability Committee is going to meet Monday, and then that's their last meeting for the summer. Usually they take July and August off, and they're going to do the same this year. So that's it for my report.
Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff, do you have a liaison report?
Yes, I met with the Wayne Scott CAC. We've been meeting throughout the COVID crisis. They got organized on Zoom pretty early. We had a report from Debbie Hobb, who is the superintendent of the Wayne Scott School, reported that they're increasing the levy for taxes. In fact, it's in excess of their limit. And so the vote on the school budget requires a greater percentage of constituent approval, 60% to pass. They're doing that because they, as you may remember, they had accumulated excess surplus in the budget, and they've spent that down by reducing taxes. So now they have an appropriate amount of surplus, and it means the tax levy has to go up a bit. But they reminded everyone that, you know, the percentage of taxes that's paid in Wayne Scott for schools is pretty low comparatively, especially the Springs. It's 30% versus 70%.
What was the percentage again, Jeff?
30% as opposed
30%.
to 70%. So it's pretty low in Wayne Scott. And they are anticipating more enrollment. They think they're going to have an increase in enrollment because of New Yorkers relocating. I'm hearing a little dialogue in my...
I just texted Jason because that's who we're hearing.
I apologize. Talking about tech details.
We got you. We busted you. They've got 101 total students, but 29 attend the building. And she talked about some contingencies they had if they needed more room. And there is some space that they could use. The old schoolhouse is available, and the library is another space that's available. So we'll see what happens with the budget vote coming up. They also were concerned about deep water and the work, and we've heard about that in today's meeting. That's what the calls were about. They reminded me again about some properties for sale in the center of Wayne Scott, which they thought might be of interest in planning the future of Wayne Scott. I've talked to Scott Wilson about that, and I'll leave that topic alone, waiting for him to get back to me. They also were concerned about plans for a designer house that was kind of a party house. I think I sent this on to Kathy. But apparently the events were canceled, but it seemed reminiscent of another house that we dealt with last year that you probably well remember, where they turned a very glamorous house had been on the market for a long time into sort of a party venue. So they wanted to give us a heads up about that. I'm happy to hear that it's shut down on their own volition. They shut it down for this year, but they're planning it for next year.
Well, we had gotten an application for that, and we sent them when COVID hit, we sent them a letter that told them we've temporarily suspended all permits.
Yeah, well, I assumed that they read the law and read the wind and knew they couldn't do it. But it is. I think it's going to be a continuing concern because it's kind of a new way of marketing out here. We've all talked about this a little bit, that they have groups they call influencers, who are internet influencers. And it's if there's a niche for marketing, they're going to find that niche and try to fit it into our zoning code. And hopefully we will stay on top of it as we did last summer. There's also talk, as the board knows, about incorporating Wayne Scott. There were a couple comments about the organization attempting to promote that, and I think they're going to be visiting at the next Wayne Scott CAC meeting.
So are the Zoom meetings open to the public, Jeff, if somebody wanted to tune in for that meeting?
Yes, they are actually. They are actually open to the public.
And so how is that link publicized and circulated for the meeting? Do you put it up on the website?
They've only done it this last meeting, and I'm not clear how many people.
I got an email from them at the end of the week saying that they could take up to 40 people. I think that I'm assuming that meant on top of all the already on top of the members that were already,
Yes.
you know, and the first 40 would be sent the link.
Right, because they're not doing the telephone call in or anything like that. It's beyond their.
Although the reality is, according to John, right, we've talked about this already, because it's an advisory committee, they don't have to be offered to the public to join in. Like for the Springs, we just send it to the members.
Just speaking for myself, as town supervisor, I'd certainly like to be able to tune in and hear the conversation.
Well, you're ex officio on every committee.
I think we can find a place
I don't want to get
for you.
closed out because there were only 40 people who could.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could send me the link, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Peter, but the time's already up. No,
I get it. Yeah, I would want to certainly hear the discussion, particularly about incorporation.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sure we can fit you in.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
We can work that out. We talked about the Wainscott Green. I've circulated the drawing that we now have. I'm in touch with Steve Lynch, got to follow up with him to see if we can get the trail and the parking actually installed. They've gotten a donation of a flowering dogwood that is, I think, partly a remembrance of Rick Del Mastro. And
I would suggest that we consider even just dedicating that park to Mr. Del Mastro. You know, Rick was instrumental in Wainscott for so many years, decades really. And you know, we do from time to time name parks and reserves after people, and I think that would be very fitting. So I'll suggest that here now. And then with regard to the development of the park, I did see that plan. You know, were you going to bring that up in a work session so we could have a look and the public could see that?
Yeah, we'll bring it up in a work session, but I wanted to circulate.
I'm glad to see there's progress being made on that. And, you know, in my looking at it, there were a couple of things that I'd like to at least talk about and see what the board's appetite is, but appreciate you moving that forward, Jeff.
And I have to say, that's, you know, I was in touch with Rick when the COVID epidemic hit, and my first thought has always been that it should be memorialized, Rick. He was a good friend and I know a good an activist in Wainscott. So I'm happy to hear that. I would love it if there were a board consensus on that. Maybe.
For sure. Yeah.
Well, as I said, I think that would be very fitting given his many years of service. And, you know, Kathy and I, and now you all served on this CAC there with him and know what a remarkable person, you know, he was. And I think, again, a fair and fitting tribute to him.
Yeah, I think so. So I will bring that into a work session and we can talk about it further, and hopefully we can move it so that we have a ribbon cutting in the fall. I think that timing makes sense under current conditions. That's really all the news that I have on liaison reports. I did want to say, you know, just a word about the Hook Mill demonstration, because I was there and it was it actually kind of reminded me of my own college days when there were big demonstrations over the war, and I was just cheered by the optimism of the young people that organized that. You know, they're certainly aware of the mixed history on race in the country, but they are determined enough and excited about the future enough to know that the past doesn't have to dictate what we have in the future. They had a voter registration booth there. They were adequately prepared with hand sanitizers and gloves and masks. I mean, it was a really well-run event and a hugely well-attended event. And I really enjoyed hearing their certainty, despite all evidence to the contrary and the difficulties of race in the country, that they can do something, that they can really make a difference. And it felt like we have freshening winds of change coming. And it reminded me as a town board member, well, it reminded me as a lawyer that the law can be slow. And it reminded me of, as a town board member, that listening to the public, especially, you know, even when they're zinging us a little bit with criticism, is a good thing, and it's a way that they accomplish change. So I just wanted to really say I applauded them and was very happy to be there, and see how well run it was and how determined they are. It gives me hope.
Well, it was a remarkable event, certainly, and I just would affirm your comments. It was good to see you there. I think for me, the thing that's most encouraging is to see so many young people become actively involved in our democracy, and that's so crucial for a democracy to continue, is that the next generation be able to take up and exercise their rights and take real interest. And it is a long history here. There's a long history in our town. We actually have a portion of our town that's named Freetown. Sadly, the reason it's named Freetown is because it was the area where freed slaves were allowed to live, and those others of color, the indigenous people. So, while I think overall our town is a very open and diverse and accepting community, racism occurs everywhere, and it's something that we should never tolerate. And it's just so great to see so many people coming out in support of that cause. So that was really encouraging and enheartening, really a great thing. So I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff, in your lead.
Can I just add? I saw the article in the Star that they said that there were 3,000 people there, which, I mean, you could hear the drones overhead. I mean, 3,000 to me sounds a little high personally. Yeah. But it was interesting later to go on and when in my Instagram feed to see photos that, different folks took. And I was saying to myself, oh, they were there. It's so different now with the masks that you don't really recognize people. And just if you'll indulge me, my daughter is working this summer and needs to wear her mask the entire 7-hour shift. She doesn't know what her colleagues look like. Like they'll see each other getting into the car where they'll take the mask off before they duck into the car. And they're like, who's that? They don't recognize them because they only see their colleagues, from the eyes up. And it's just.
Well, that may be true for many, but somehow.
You're recognizable.
I guess being as
and
tall
my
as
husband is recognizable, but I'm not recognizable.
I got recognized in a mask because of the black glasses.
Yeah, that's it. In some level, it's surprising how many people you can actually recognize, even though they're wearing a mask. But your point's well taken, and it was a huge turnout. I don't know about the numbers. 3,000 might be on the high side, but I certainly don't think 1,000 would be by any means. And I took some photographs there myself and put them up on Facebook with comments. And one of the photographs I took was almost at the corner of Newtown Lane, at the place where everyone was to lay down or take a knee or sit for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And when the crowd stood again, I turned around and shot back towards the hook mill, and it was a sea of people. And, I can hold my hands up pretty high, so it was almost an aerial view. But the crowd just went on all the way down, the highway, all the way up onto the green by the hook mill. It was quite a turnout, and it was such a good feeling. People were voicing their concerns forcefully, but there was this sense of real community and unity and solidarity with what was going on. And I found that, frankly, quite uplifting, being part of that experience. And the speaking by the various speakers that had been selected by the 2 young ladies were really extraordinary. So that was a great event. Moving on with my liaison report, a couple things to report. One of them is that school budgets and board votes, which would normally conclude today, have been extended until 5 p.m. Tuesday, June 16th by the governor's executive order. In addition, the open meetings law suspension, which would require that public meetings have the public participate in person, the suspension of that is now extended until July 7th. again, once it's deemed to be safer for people to come in person, that will be suspended, and we will continue to have our meetings live streamed on LTV with call-in. And any public hearings will have transcripts, which will be produced and circulated to the public for at least 2 weeks prior to closing of those hearings. On June 24th, which is 14 days from tomorrow, which would initiate phase 3, we're likely to see the 50% reduction on employees lifted. Kathy had spoken about that. So June 24th is the number for that. We also got word back from the governor. I know that many local schools were trying to figure out how to plan graduation ceremonies. The initial graduation ceremony guidance was that, you know, people could gather provided they stayed in their cars and then get out of the cars. Well, that's not quite as conducive to really celebrating, you know, the accomplishments of our young people graduating from schools locally. That restriction has been further relaxed, and the governor now says that ceremonies of up to 150 people present with distancing and face coverings will begin on June 26th. I have some, you know, we've been talking about how to better reach the general public and spread information. And, you know, we've worked hard to improve that. We still think that there's quite a bit of room for improvement. But one of the things that we've been doing is really trying to boost and make the public aware of our town website. And I just want to share the recent analytics on the town website, which is a comparison between 2019 and 2020 for the months of February, March, April, and May. And you can see that we've more than doubled our website outreach, and we're well over 50,000 viewings on the website now for the month of May, which is pretty astonishing. The fact that we've been, you know, broadcasting that much of the really important information relating to COVID, whether it be business reopening, safety protocols, tax relief, whatever it is, we've been pumping that out on our webpage and Facebook, and trying to tell people that that's the place to go. So you can see there's a huge uptick, which is, I think, really terrific. It's really important, I think, that you know, folks understand what's going on and that we have better engagement with the public. So to that end, as Sylvia was saying earlier, we're going to continue our outreach and get some assistance, some professional assistance in doing that. Also, I'm happy to announce that the town hall campus parking lots have been repaved. We also extended and expanded the lot by at least 25% in the area to the west and north of the courthouse. This is a really welcome improvement, as now we discover that the courthouse wasn't built backwards. They just never put the parking lot in. So that's a huge improvement. It turned out really well, and I want to thank Steve Lynch and working with the contractor, and David Lease, our councilman, for working really hard to make some important changes in terms of moving some of those storage containers around and just kind of overseeing that work. David did a terrific job setting that up and getting that done. I'm really pleased to see the end result here. Make us all proud. Looking at our parking lot now, is really pretty shabby. The town hall campus is really looking on par with what we should expect from our government facilities and buildings. The old town hall building, which moldered, rotten for 10 years, gone. No easy task to remove that, given all of the various water mains, electrical mains, communications hub, everything emanated from that building with no surveys, identifying where any of that equipment is. All of that was wired to this building, so the changeover without interrupting service was a bit of a challenge, probably the most difficult demolition job ever accomplished within the township. But we got that done. The green's looking really beautiful. So I'm pleased that once we reopen that the parking will be approved for everyone who does come. We had some outreach from NYPA, which is the New York Power Authority. We've worked with them on a recent project, getting solar and battery storage here at Town Hall campus. There's an expanded statutory authority that's been recently received by NYPA to provide low-cost hydro power for municipalities across the state. And in conjunction with the town's sustainability and renewability goals, utilizing hydropower could really help us achieve some of our goals. Apparently the enrolling is easy, so we'll be following up with NYPA on this effort, looking at the various use of town properties in terms of electric, and then deciding, if the cost savings warrant moving ahead with NYPA to supply hydropower. Also, there's been some recent communication with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Lake Montauk Navigation Improvements Project. The cost, there's a revised cost sharing, which we will we'll have a work session agenda item to discuss this further, but basically they've revised their local cost share estimates, not surprisingly, upward. But we'll have a discussion about that. And there are also requirements with having access easements to that shoreline area within that reach where the dredge spoil sand would be placed. This has a side benefit of providing sand for those waterfront properties west of the inlet. I'm hoping that we can negotiate easements with those property owners, as it's in their interest to be able to have sand placed in front of their properties. So we'll have further discussion at the next board meeting on that. And I think that pretty much wraps up my liaison report. I believe we have a resolution. And that resolution is 2020-610. And this is a limited extension of the license agreement. And I will go ahead and read this if you'll all indulge me for a moment. Whereas by resolution 2020-377, the town board authorized the license with Deepwater Wind South Fork LLC, hereafter DWSF, to perform certain testing in relationship to their proposal to construct South Fork Wind Farm and the South Fork export cable, hereafter the project. Whereas due to COVID-19 and the resulting executive orders of the governor imposing restrictions upon various activities to protect the public health and safety, Deepwater Wind South Fork was unable to perform the testing permitted by the license agreement within the time constraints of the agreement, which required that such activities be completed by April 30th, 2020, whereas the town board's completion deadline for the testing activities was intended to limit the impacts of such activities upon the residents and guests of the town during the summer season. And whereas the town board agrees that testing under the license agreement will be extended by the board for dates after the summer season, by way of further authorization by the town board upon receipt of a detailed testing protocol. Whereas notwithstanding the foregoing, a request has been made for the town to permit certain limited testing to occur as soon as possible in order to determine whether the subsurface conditions at Beach Lane are suitable for installation of the export cable along the Wainscott route. And whereas the limited testing will consist of test boring at the southerly end of Beach Lane for the purposes of collecting data on existing subsurface conditions. And whereas town board is willing to allow such limited testing for the purposes set forth above, subject to the limitations and conditions herein set forth. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby consents to a limited extension of the license agreement to permit a testing activity consisting of a single test boring at the southerly end of Beach Lane in a location depicted in the attached sketch map prepared by GZA Geo Environmental Incorporated, engineers and scientists, dated June 20th. The sketch map, subject to the following conditions. Testing shall take place as soon as possible and shall be completed no later than June 30th. Testing shall occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., Monday through Thursday only. No activity shall be permitted Fridays or weekends. Testing activity shall be limited to 2 consecutive days during the permitted window set forth herein. All equipment and materials required for testing shall be located within the area depicted of the sketch map and shall be secured to protect the public health and safety. License shall provide notice to the town of the intended commencement date of testing at least 48 hours prior to such commencement date. Licensee shall submit proof of insurance as required in the license agreement prior to the commencement of work. And be it further resolved that the town board will consider a further extension of the license agreement to permit the remaining testing and survey work permitted under the license agreement to be performed upon receipt of detailed protocols for such testing. And this relates to the additional testing that we talked about earlier on, which would be some additional ground testing and archaeological. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a roll call vote, please, and brief discussion.
Do you want just a roll call vote, or did you want discussion, Jeff?
I'd like to make a comment, so discussion and then a roll call.
Okay, great, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm opposing the resolution for the reasons I've previously stated, that I believe that they shouldn't be undertaking testing until they complete the environmental review, and that the testing should be directed at all the alternatives after the record is complete as to the various constraints and difficulties with each alternative.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'll just state that I think it's critically important as part of any review to have all the possible data and scientific information in order to make a reasonable, rational, and logical, supportable decision. And therefore, I support this. Do we have a second?
I had a second.
We'll have a roll call vote, please, Carol. If you'll unmute. Thank you.
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilman Lees.
Aye.
Councilwoman Overby.
Aye.
Councilman Bragman.
No.
Supervisor Van Scoyac.
Aye. Aye, passed and carried. Is there any other matter to bring before the board? Do we have an exec session? I think we have CPF.
We have CPF. I move that we go into exec session for CPF at what time? It's 3:11 now.
3:40.
3:40. Okay.
Give about a half an hour or so.
All right.
3:41.
All right. Are you sending a Zoom?
Yes.
You can do that.
I will send a Zoom. We'll have exec. Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Everyone out there, be well, stay safe.